All right, it should work now. All right, I'd like to thank Ed for the raid right now and what's it called for his generosity of raiding us immediately after the stream. I went ahead and got hold of the Testacular Curran, and we're gonna go ahead and start that voice call with him as we review his top 8 from this past weekend challenge on Saturday. Kind of fitting actually that. Oh, hey, can you hear me? Perfect. Let me just make sure that the chat can hear you. Everybody tuning in from Ed's stream, can you hear both Curran and myself? Curran is Testacular. Cannot hear Curran. Okay, so let me just double check. Can you guys hear Curran now?
Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, 1, 2, 3, testacular, testing, testacular.
Okay, awesome, perfect. All right, so if you Testacular Curran here is gonna share his screen with me, and then I'll go ahead and what's it called share with everybody as I watch. Let's pop this out here, full screen. And again, I want to shout out Ed for just being, great in the community, just trying different decks, giving his honest opinion on both, and I appreciate that for sure. And also definitely appreciate the rate. Let me see. Okay, let me move this out. Pop out. There you go. That's what I want. Full screen. Thank you for the follow. Everybody can still thank you for a follow, MTGO Assassin. You can still hear Curran, I'm assuming, right?
Testing one more time for all of you
Just make
lovely
sure.
listeners. 1, 2, 3, baby.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. So, what I like to do a lot is with Inigo, Curran, and then obviously schedule permitting with Yurg as well. Thank you for the follow, Kinda Magic. Is even when players have a lot of success or not success, right? Like, I think there can always be cleaned up play, and also appreciate that we can go straight in from Ed's stream right now with L straight into ours, and then we can kind of see also some of the differences. I know Ed played Nettle Sentinel in his first league, and then Reclaimer in the second league. I mentioned before, if you do want to play the Reclaimer version, I do think it is a little bit more difficult if you have played the Nettle Sentinel version before, because even though some of the cards are the same. I would say not all, but a good amount. You still play Glimpse, you still play Heritage Druid, you still play Natural Order. The play pattern tends to be quite different, and I actually, because he's more recently, I guess, removed from it. Curran, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because I used to play the Nettle version myself, but I'm a little bit more removed, at least from a consistent basis, from it. And maybe you can talk a little bit about what helped you in the transition.
Yeah, one of the biggest things was learning patience when it came to turn two. One of the better plays you can make in Nettle Sentinel builds on turn two is just casting Elvish Visionary for the value of drawing a card and just prepping for probably a turn three glimpse. Um, and usually in those cases, you want Visionary to find Cradle if you don't have it already. And so one of the biggest things is just realizing that Reclaimer is your savior and your tool to get the Cradle that your Visionary would get on turn two. And then just get the Cradle and untap and have a nice glimpse on turn three anyway. So there's patience because the biggest thing I think is like that turn two decision, that hesitation. Um, if you have to just set up to get Cradle, that's one of the bigger things I think for transitioning.
Okay, yeah, I think that echoes my sentiment as well because I remember even when I played this, the first And this, keep in mind, I'm the person that, I guess you want to say invented the version or whatever. But even I, like, I will admit, even after a full year or so, it probably took me quite a long time. Granted, because it was uncharted waters. Uh, the uh, the resistance to have to just pause and not do anything turn two and just get Cradle for turn three is a hard habit to break, especially if you have played the other version I think before. Like I said, it's just not very natural for a seasoned elf player to do that. I think.
Yeah, not having a play on turn two feels super, super weird when all of your spells are very low cost, and so it feels incredibly anti-intuitive to just pause there, but once you start like teaching yourself that discipline to do so, things improve greatly with the Reclaimer build. So
Okay, so also shout out to I want to say okay, if you haven't checked it out yet, I'll post it here. The MTG Goldfish roundtable. Very nicely, Curran here has chosen the top eight. The weekend he has that released because he's part of the roundtable to top eight. So that is a very nice, nice for the branding, I would say. But also shout out to I think who I think Jurg and I don't know who Sento. I think some numbers after that 187 or whatever it is. Also top eight at the Sunday challenge. So I think it's been a very good few last few weeks for elves in general, and I do think that we're gonna start seeing increased hate in the near term. Notably, I think we had as many top eights this past weekend as Blue Red Delver, for whatever that's worth. Also, a very good weekend for Shadow, who won both challenges. Unfortunately, I did not foresee Shadow, rising to the top this weekend and this past weekend. And Shriek Maw is quite awkward in that matchup, as Curran can tell you.
yeah, I didn't even bring it in. I know that they had Murktide Regent, but Regent never actually was relevant in any of the matchups that I played with them. It just came down to shadow battles.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting, so.
Yeah, I think the best card I think against Shadow, granted they have a lot of removal, is Wirewood Symbiote because it means Shadow's kind of anemic. But I used to board out the natural order package. Sorry, I used to keep in the natural order package against Shadow. I think going forward, I might like being low to the ground because they do have the Murktide Regent plan as well, and I think given that they have a lot of soft permission as well, might be worth exploring. I haven't played the matchup in quite a while, but I suspect it's going to be more popular given the success this past weekend.
Yeah, and also I don't know if you looked at the numbers, but the Sunday challenge,
Mm-hmm.
13 blue-red Delver players, followed by the second most represented deck, Elves, at 8 players. So
Wow.
that's pretty crazy, honestly. It's gaining quite a bit of popularity.
Yeah, I think I want to give a big thank you also to not only Ed but Andrea Mengucci, who has been very vocal on social media about really liking this deck, and I think that has had a lot to do with the popularity rise as well. So if somebody wants to relay to that to Andrea, or I can even tell him myself, I definitely think that has helped with the increased interest in the deck as of late because um, I know people like to play, the flavor of the week, and in terms of elves, I know we have been playing we've been testing the removal spells in the sideboard, but for the most part, largely unchanged. I would say the core is mostly the same since our big breakout at Eternal Weekend 2021. The big addition, obviously, that has affected the removal slots is the printing of Baseju, which means we can just play. There's more on this, by the way, in the MTG Goldfish roundtable that Curran talks about this, but essentially it means we can play whatever removal we want now and just not solely priced into Assassin's Trophy. The irony, though, is Assassin's Trophy is quite good if the Tempo players do move towards Shadow. So with that said, let's go ahead and I guess start the. Well, actually, I'll give Kern a chance to add anything if he wants to. Notably, I want to wish him a speedy recovery. He is currently recovering from COVID, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I'll give you a chance to just say what you want.
Yeah, unfortunately, I woke up to the news yesterday that all of my roommates had COVID. I was still testing negative yesterday, but the symptoms kind of onset, and as of this morning, I've been testing positive. So I'm hunkered down for a week here, but I was still really looking forward to the stream and still excited to do it. So um, other than that, I think I'm ready to just kind of delve into this challenge run and show you guys what went down and see if things could have been cleaner and go from there.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. So I'm sharing my screen right now. I think Twitch can see it. Why don't you go ahead and start with the first game, I guess, or whatever you think is interesting. I don't remember the matchups off the top of my head, but you might.
Uh, off off the top of my head, I don't remember either. But we'll just get started.
All right. So we're playing against looks like Alico, and pretty solid hand. Like can't.
Yeah, very solid hand here. Cannot complain about these, you know.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming based on your mood, you're probably not in the mood to drink alcohol, but who knows, right?
Oh, I'm very much drinking. If I'm gonna be in pain, I might as well be drinking. I've got a cider in my hand right now.
Oh, perfect. Okay, I'll grab a beer shortly to join you. Probably during one of the restroom breaks I usually have. So far nothing too interesting. Looks like they're on your Tundra dot deck, so to speak. So I think there it looks like to me because we're on the draw. Did you opt to play two creatures just for tempo reasons?
To do it because the shepherd could make the symbiote uncounterable, and then the symbiote comes down to protect the shepherd, and then maybe we're looking at like a decent glimpse turn on turn 3, or just like resolving visionary and having more resources. I just kind of wanted to get the uncounterability protection package down on turn 2 here. Because I thought it would be the best way to play against this deck, but them having the second Swords to Plowshares there was kind of brutal, and
Yeah,
then the follow up Narset is even more brutal, right?
for sure, for sure. No, I feel you there.
So I once upon a time there and grabbed Reclaimer. Probably just cast. Okay. I guess I just cast that
I think
and
that's
hit Narset for
reasonable given
one.
that the visionary doesn't do anything there. I think I'd be a little bit leery of missing a creature off the Once Upon a Time, but I think it's fine.
I'm pretty sure the reason I'm casting this once upon a time here is to try to find a fetch land just to kill Narset.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. That makes sense. So
Oh,
they force it. Interesting. I guess I see a lot of blue players just force Once Upon a Time because they're scared we're gonna, draw the Allosaur Shepherd off the top, right? So they can't force it anyways.
yeah. Oh, permanence entered the field card zone.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I think there might be better to at least ping the Narset only because you don't want them to have a card, but I guess you value the ramp of Arbor more.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking ramping, and then also if the Narset was still in play for whatever reason, I'd just knock it out next turn.
Right. I guess you were assuming that they wouldn't just tick down there.
Yeah, I think I was kind of surprised when they did that, but now we're looking kind of clean, right?
We are,
Like,
yeah. Lomer88 brought up a good point. It does make Reclaimer a 3/4 as well, which is we all know a Tomergo if with upside is pretty nice.
so we only cast two Visionaries here, but I mean, we restocked on resources effectively, which I feel was pretty good.
Yeah, I think in this I kind of agree we're pretty ahead here. I feel like the only way we lose these kind of games is I guess there's two ways. One, we just walk blindly into a sweeper. Whether we can or cannot play around, that's a different story. And then the second way is if they just pseudo combo kill us with the Narsec Hull Breacher slash Days Undoing combo. Is my experience against these kind of decks.
And that's a W for game one.
The tick down Narset was pretty bad. I think their logic there, Jack, is they probably ran out of removal and that's why they did it. Otherwise, you're gonna lose the Narset for nothing, right? Granted, that means we have to cast spells on our second main, but that's true. They could have. Okay, yeah, they had a snap that they could have just chump blocked. Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange sequencing from our opponent there. I was surprised myself. If they had the snap, why did they tick down? So general rule of thumb here, I like the play that Curran made, which is like if you don't play Thoughtseize in your deck to not play turn one, right?
I should have. Okay, the rest of the hand. So I picked a Narset when there is an ending, a plow, and a mentor and a land. Do you think that's fine? I mean, like, Narset seems like more of an engine than like a single use removal spell, right?
You took the Narset and then you saw the Plow, Mentor, and Ending. I think
Correct.
given that hand, I'd probably take the Mentor, but it's kind of hard too because, um, and the reason being is because the Mentor does protect the Narset, but yeah, I think I would take the Mentor, but the problem is they do have a lot of removal to protect the Narset though. So yeah, I think your line is okay. It really depends.
It's a definite toss up between Mentor and Narset, though. It's neither of the removal spells.
Right,
We
right. I
can
don't think we care
rule
about the
those
removal.
out. And I think at this point, I'm thinking the second Thoughtseize is going to end up grabbing the Mentor anyway, but
That's
we'll.
that's fair. They also brainstorm too, which is interesting. All right, so I think you probably take the Mentor here, right? There's no way you take removal.
That's correct.
All right, so now we know why they brainstorm. They put the terminus back on top.
Yeah, but this is fine. It's just a 1-for-1, and
Right, right, right. I think we're more than happy if they just want to trade. See, the thing about these, slow Tundra decks is if they don't pressure us, they eventually just die, right?
they have
Because
2 cards left in hand, and we know exactly what they are too.
yeah, and I mean it's not obvious here, but as innocuous as it is, Visionary is a monster in this matchup.
Oh, yeah. So I fetched there because I wanted to leave up a black mana in the event
For
that I drew a
C's,
Thoughtseize.
yeah, that makes sense. I've definitely been punished in the past. So I've had to clean up a little bit of like my mid game sequencing where like in the event that a drawn Seas is like highly relevant and I don't need the extra mana, I will tap Cradle first before the Bayou when relevant. Obviously, you play the percentages and sometimes it backfires. Or I wouldn't say backfires, but it just doesn't fall in your favor, so to speak. But um, definitely something to keep in mind.
Oh man, did I grab Symbiote or did I grab Grist here?
I feel like the line is Gris. Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, they have Prismatic ending though, so I kind of feel like it might be a punt.
I think a big takeaway here is the fact that you saw Mentor means that they are unlikely to have the Undoing combo. The old second main Visionary, I love it.
Hey, we got Reclaimer up.
I know. So the other thing, Jack, is even with pending, we still get a token. So that does matter. But in general, yeah, I'm not really. You just run these blue decks out of removal, so to speak, right? And then they just lose to themselves.
I think ultimately having Wirewood Visionary is a better long-term game plan than Grist in a lot of cases too, since Prismatic Ending is in multiple copies. So I don't mind them running a Prismatic Ending into a Grist if it means they don't run one into a later Symbiote, you know?
Well, the other thing is with Gris, you get value and you force them to tap out more or less. It's like a soft time walk, I would say. I caught a small misplay right there. Let's see if chat realizes what it is.
Wait. There was a misplay?
Small
What I do?
misplay. So
What I
essentially,
do?
this happens sometimes. I see where your tunnel vision into the bounce, where you don't tap the cradle first before the bounce, right? So you missed out on the mana because you did it the other way.
Wait. I tap the cradle before I bounce the creature?
No, no. So you should tap the cradle before you bounce, but you bounce the visionary and then you tap the cradle for mana to cast the
Oh,
visionary.
I didn't even realize it. I
it
guess it's a little bit of an embarrassment of riches, though, right? I don't
is,
know.
it is,
Maybe.
it is. So I see this a lot in two scenarios where you just either a hard lock or tunnel visioning into the visionary already. I mean, pun not intended. Or I see this with newer players that don't realize with Wirewood you actually make mana uh, with another elf, right? If you tap it before the bounce.
Oh, I remember what goes wrong here.
Oof. Obviously, like judgment calls, like for instance, a good indicator there was the mentor versus the Narset take. Oh wow, they have mentor and undoing in the same deck, so that's pretty rough. Usually it's not. It's like usually one or the other. I think we're probably dead from here, right? Unless you
I think I end up scooping soon. Oh yeah, Blood Moon too. Forgot about that pesky little guy.
it's Blood was like a very interesting card against us. It either does nothing or can randomly just hose us. In this case, I don't. I think it's like okay. In fact, pretty good actually because we only have one green source. This is game two, David. Also, I want to make a quick announcement while we're while we got mind twisted here, so to speak. I did post on Patreon for those of who are interested my part one of a two-part sequencing primer. If there is ever one thing you want to read on my behalf with regards to elves, that would probably be the article. I don't know if Curran, you had a chance to read it at all yet or not. By the way, since I sent you that article, I added a few things to part two. Part one stayed the same, but Ordisa here online, I know has subscription to my Patreon. If there is one article to read, if you want to either play elves or beat elves, I would probably recommend that article. It's $5 on Patreon or a Twitch subscription. I can send it to you as well.
I did read it, and it was very clean. I very much enjoyed that piece. It resonated with me very well.
Thank you. I will send you the updated version too because I realized what I realized. I sent you before yesterday. I know I sent you this past weekend, but I did update part two to add another section afterwards. Nothing that you probably wouldn't already know, but I think just more ties things everything together. Part two is about turn two and glimpse of nature sequencing. Part one is about turn zero and turn one sequencing. In my opinion, I think 90% ish of games are probably lost within the first two turns, especially turn two with this version, because the lines are very counterintuitive, and I've seen it happen a lot with newer players or in the mirror or whatnot. But yeah, just something to keep in mind.
What do you
Is
think of this hand?
I think this hand is probably fine. I wish I had like another third land. Obviously, we want a cradle, but I think this hand's fine.
Well, good news. I agree with you. You also love to see the mold of six when you're about to Thoughtseize.
I know, right? They're suddenly on five, really, or worse,
Oh,
right?
just kidding. I guess I green sunned. Okay.
I think Green Sun is more defensible here because you don't have a second real land draw, right? You do, but not really. You know what I mean? Mm.
Brutal.
Punished. That's the magic gods telling you they're supposed to Thoughtseize on one. Thank you for the subscription there, Hari Selden. I apologize if it's Harry. Believe it or not, Lomer 80, I've never done that line where I've Thoughtseize myself.
Okay, so yeah, now I remember this game. This is awkward for our opponent. Very awkward.
Mm-hmm.
Notice their mana.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'd be tempted here to just take the Narset. I hope that's what you did.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, perfect. A lot of times I dare these Tundra players to beat me with to undoing. I mean, they have it, right? But like more often than not, when you thought sees them, they're not gonna have it. So here it looks like you opt for the kill the falling turn instead of the actually the progenitors in hand. So that's a moot point. If only there was a green brainstorm, that would be pretty nice. There's the triple. Okay, so they
So
undoing
this
because
is pretty desperate.
it really is because they know you're untapping with a cradle, presumably as well, and more than likely you're gonna have like shepherd into something, or yeah, you just gave the combo player seven, which is a disaster, in my opinion.
Just gotta let it ride from here.
Yeah, so um, I emphasize this sometimes, but not too often. I think the level of proficiency you need with this deck is where you don't really need to think on the glimpse turns because, um, and Ed kind of hinted at this a little bit on his stream. This version is less forgiving if you mess up during glimpse because there is no netting of mana. And Kieran, if you want to talk a little bit about that, I'll hand the floor over to you a little bit as we go to the next game.
Yeah, I mean, Nettle Sentinel is incredibly forgiving on your Glimpse Chains because they untap and they always net mana every time you cast a spell. And that's one of the things I mean, I do miss that about Nettle Sentinel. I do miss being able to draw my deck in one turn and win on the same turn every single time and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot more value in the resilience that Reclaimer has to offer in the current metagame, that it is worth just like using glimpses to draw 5 or 6 cards in a turn and then pass the turn, and you have an insurmountable value based on your board state in your hand. And again, there are glimpse turns where you just win in the same turn. This one was a prime example. It still can happen, and you still get that feeling, like maybe 60% of the time or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Like the Days Undoing there was pretty ridiculous for me though. So
Yeah, it's like you said, right? It seemed like a very desperate play from our opponent because I don't know. I guess they only have white cards in their hand, The one thing I will say though is because if well, you can often still draw up your deck. It's just done in a different way that I think a lot of the OG elf players are not used to, which is essentially starting the turn with Cradle and then tapping the Heritage mana before you tap the Cradle. It's a little bit hard to well, I guess that was a good example of how that typically happens, right?
Yeah. A little bit of preface for this round too.
Mm-hmm.
I was assumptive that my opponent was on blue red Delver here.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but looking at this hand, I still, just in case they were on something else, I decided to keep anyway because Collector Rufy, while not great in the matchup, is still Grizzly Bears at the floor level, and it seemed fine for this hand. So
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, it's not like a slam dunk, but I keep this like, all the time, pretty much. Unless I know my opponent is on like some really niche deck, and even then, a lot of these niche decks tend to be weak against Collector Oof, right?
exactly.
So I think here is a good example of, heritage versus reclaimer, right? Like, if you think your opponent is on the blue red, for instance, there is like merit to leading with heritage, and then we got rewarded, right? I probably would have led with the reclaimer, but ooh, I think this. Oh wow, okay, interesting lines.
I cannot believe I got Collector Rufy dazed in this matchup. Like, why in the world would you ever? Okay.
If they had the bauble, they would have played it, presumably. Yeah, so I think if it were me, I probably would have led with the ranger and then with the cradle mana tap for glimpse. But then that's how I tend to you that's how you tend to punish these, disrespect almost, right, for heritage druid.
Yeah, it is, but it also kind of like the. Well, I guess if we play Cradle out first and then Birchlore, we never play into day. Well, the last spell would play into days, though, right? So I don't know. It
I think your
maybe.
line is perfectly fine for whatever that's worth. I'm just saying, like, if you want to be more aggressive, right? Like depending on your personality, how aggressive you want to play this deck or whatnot. But yeah, we're definitely rewarded there because of the random days on Collector Oof, right? That doesn't really make any sense.
Did you notice this? Did you notice the fact that we let Glimpse of Nature go, but we tried to stop the Birchlore Rangers? By the way, this does not seem clean to me.
Okay, the only explanation I can think of is assuming they're a seasoned, blue red player. The only thing I can think of is because they've been so ingrained with the heritage is a bait. Like wait for the other stuff, right? Like that's the only thing I can think of. Like they feel we're trying to bait them out, so to speak. But I just feel our opponent is just way behind at this point. Like essentially, given that start right now, that turn needed to be like a Murktide or something because they're pretty behind in terms of like mana, in terms of cards, in terms of a bunch of. Oh my god, what? So I know for those of you who grew up with The Simpsons, this would be the meme like, stop it, they're already dead, right? Nice, very very nice.
Session. Yeah. There are a lot of these matches are 3 games, by the way, so it was a pretty tough run, I think, but
The what matters is that you got the W, right?
precisely.
I think there actually, Curran. I would be tempted to put the
The
Shriek Maw
Bog,
back. No, the
other
Shriek Maw actually, yeah, because or the Bog back is okay too, but I feel a little bit dicey. Actually, I think putting the arbor there is okay. Bog's almost like a spell, right? And then you just hope the once upon a time hits, right?
Basically.
Uh, these are the hands I'm like most afraid of, right? Like the turn two delirium. I think we gotta take the land there. Oh no! So was your logic just because you knew you're for sure you're gonna bog the following turn?
Yeah, I knew that, like, because there are already 3 card types in there, right? It's not going to
Mm-hmm.
take much more for this to turn on, or for a Murktide to be like in the realm of possibility.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I think you're essentially what I'm taking from your line there is you're banking on the fact you can draw one land within the next two turns, which is like pretty high
That's a
for this
reasonable
list.
ask. I think it's a reasonable ask for the amount of lands we play.
For sure. For those who don't know, by the way, this build has the highest number of lands it's ever played in Legacy Elves at 21. All right, the bog doing work there, but we do have to hit a land the next turn. My philosophy for playing against Delver is just like we just want to hit land drops like a control deck, right? Ooh, I think I might have played that a little bit differently there.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird too just now, but I think it might be because, like, I
Are you
want
just
a
trying to
little bit
save
of a
the?
board for Cradle top deck, maybe.
I think there, if it were me, I probably would lead the turn with glimpse, and then like especially the way our opponent has been just like blindly forcing random things. I'd probably lead with glimpse and then play the shriek ball, just the set up for the next turn, so to speak. All right, so we do at least hit that, and then I love the no respect for days. I wouldn't either. In case we draw a creature, obviously. All right, so what is going on? Oh, jeez.
He kills. He wins here because the Murktide gets +1/+1 counters for the new one
Yeah. Makes sense.
and swings for the lethal.
Yeah, I've mentioned this a few times, Zachary. I will walk into days with a lot of my one drops just because I don't care. If it's an endurance, I may think about it. Like, I still will, depending on my hand. I don't like to waste mana. So you're more likely to get me with days than you are with like maybe another elf player. I'll take the calculated risk.
This is one of my favorite kind of hands against Delver because you've got the 3 fetches, which means you have guaranteed Reclaimer activate, like being a 3/4. You
Especially on
have
turn three, right?
you
Yeah.
have a and you have a Grist to just, like, in your hand already. One of the best cards in the matchup, in my opinion. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, I definitely agree. I mean, obviously, the only thing that makes it better is like, and makes always things better is Cradle. But thank you for the raid, Straz Daddy. For those who are joining here from Straz Daddy's raid, I have noted top 8 finalists and roundtable correspondent on MTG Goldfish, Curran, aka Testacular. Thank
How's
you.
it going, everybody?
Thank you for the follow, Finn Dorsal. Actually, do you want to post some of your social accounts here, Testacular? Like, let me.
Yeah, I can do that real quick here. While you tell me what you think you'd take off this Once Upon a Time.
I think with this hand, I would take probably the Shepherd because I want to force the Grist through. We obviously don't take a land because we got three already.
Posted a couple socials there, and I believe I agree with you. We'll see how it goes, though. I don't remember everything.
Yeah, I think we're just. This is the type of hand I kind of have it like akin to D&T. We're just curving bombs, right?
Right.
Or at least D&T versus Delver, I should say. We're just like curving bombs against them, like I said. So for those of you paying attention, notice the very clean sequencing here from Curran, leading with the wirewood so that you can have the what's it called, the follow reclaimer protected, right?
Right, exactly.
There's like some merit to going ranger into reclaimer here, but given that we're on the play, I don't think we need a super rush here. Really depends also if you think our opponent is on rough tumble or not. That would be one reason not to play the ranger.
Yeah, the other reason I was thinking was it's just glimpse fodder in case we draw glimpse of nature.
Mm-hmm. Reasonable.
But really, what we're gonna do is just resolve Grist for free. So
Yeah. This is just gonna be a mon. And reclaimer, uh, turning into a 3/4 there is just chef's kiss, right?
exactly.
This board state is almost insurmountable now, right? In my opinion, I think the game is already over at this point. You have a turn three grist like on curve, and you have a Termagoyf that's just gonna ping them every turn or keep their graveyard in check.
We have this too.
Your patience is rewarded there, sir. So I'm referring to Curran holding the Birch Lore for the glimpse, right? Just paying off exactly the way we want. There's the stop it meme, right? Notably, we had another extra mana. The Shriek Ball would have drawn us another creature. Would have been nice. Another card. Oh god.
Okay, so what do you think I'm gonna do here?
I don't even think you care, right? Just let that go. Yep, I don't think you care. They
I
can have the
did, I
brainstorm.
did let it go. I did. I thought I, for some reason, may have gotten cheeky and tapped 4 elves and reclaimer to go get bog in response.
I don't even think you need to, right? It's like they can have the brainstorm. We're like miles ahead. You even got the second 3/4 out there. Yeah.
That's the concession.
I love to see it. Love to see it.
All right,
No,
round
rough tumble is
three.
decent.
If I recall correctly, I'm gonna lose this.
I think it's to the
Yes.
okay. It's to the winner for those who are curious. Curran literally only lost to one player this tournament, but lost him twice.
Yep. Once here and once when it mattered the most.
Honestly, it was a very impressive run. Obviously, I'm watching this for the first time, as is the audience. But when you told me, so for those who don't know, Curran actually gave me live updates as this was going on because I just like to hear when players are doing well, especially with our deck that I know Curran has put a lot of time in because it's hard to break old habits and myself included. Like there are certain lines that you kind of have the urge to play like the Neto version, but you have to kind of hold yourself. And I've been very impressed with Curran's progression these last few weeks. Or how long has it been now?
Playing reclaimer?
Yeah, it's been like at least a few months
It's
now, right?
dude, it's been like 9 months. It's been a long time.
Oh wow,
I've
okay.
been I've been really trying to get this down, but I mean, it's it it's getting to the point where it's everything is looking super clean nowadays, so I'm pretty happy with it.
No, that's good to hear. I know you like were going back and forth for a while, and it was like obviously like I don't want to undersell how difficult the transition is. I almost think it's easier if you just go straight into this version if you want to ultimately play this version. Would you agree with that, or do you think you should still play the other version first?
Um, I think if you're gonna come into elves and you are interested in winning more matches, that you should just learn the reclaimer version up front.
Okay.
Uh,
So I'm
I
not imagining it, right? Where like I feel like people who are transitioning have a harder time.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And this is just keep in mind. I also, for the audience who don't know, I played it for a very long time, prior to tinkering with Reclaimer. It's just that the play patterns tend to be quite different. Ew, him to Torok. This is unfair. Why do they get a cast enough and we
Oh
can't?
man.
Why do their removal work and we don't? Ours does not. Oh my god. Uh, so I told Curran the other day, I think this is actually the hardest tempo variant for elves to beat. Do you think that's accurate, or do you think maybe Grixis Delver would be harder?
I think this is the hardest
This is
variant
the
to
hardest.
beat.
I think it's the snuff out that is just. It's like main deck submerge against us almost, right?
Right, right. Now, I do want to point out here that my mouse slipped and I was unable to attack for 1 point of damage here,
Mm-hmm.
which ends up being completely irrelevant, unfortunately. So this was kind of a punt.
Ooh. Yeah, so they would be at two here when they should be
No,
at
there would be
one.
a one.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right, yeah. Okay, so you're gonna fetch Arbor, presumably. Yep. They waste it, which is expected.
So this is exactly where it's relevant, right? Like they have the luxury of attacking with Death Shadow now without me swinging back for lethal.
Oh yeah, 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 for sure, yeah. Because otherwise we can just ignore it and then, so they can't attack otherwise. So this puts pressure on us. Oof. I'd be tempted to like play the fetch out there and see what they do. Oh, they have another creature.
It's their last card in hand, for what it's worth.
Oof. Brutal. On the bright side, at least we still made the top eight. The bright side. I'm glad you didn't tilt after this too. By the way, I might have that kind of thing would probably bother me where I misplay and then I let that weigh on me. I think that's like very strong mental fortitude. By the way, to have the composure to come back from a misclick.
Yeah, it was really sad that I had to throw that one away, but
Mm-hmm.
it's what it is.
Also, if there is a match you think it's just not worth reviewing, just let me know as well.
Well, I think they're all worth taking a peek at, just to
Mm-hmm.
like, I don't know. They're all relatively quick anyway, so
Mm-hmm. I think, for instance, like I don't want to put any deck down, but for instance, if I got paired into Belcher or something, right? Like when we just get slaughtered, I don't think that's like worth. I guess it's so quick, maybe it's worth the time still, but like I probably don't think there's any value in that matchup. How's your throat feeling, by the way?
oh, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
Good to know.
I think we just go for visionary here.
Makes sense. I think in the turn where you play two elves there, pretty reasonable. I'd like there's like some consideration I think to lead with a vision because you don't want it getting seized, but I think it's otherwise fine. Ugh. Jesus. Did you main phase that because they were tapped out and you don't want a Murktide resolving?
Yeah, I did exactly that,
Mm-hmm.
and also just like to minimize any chance of them brainstorming into it too, you know. But yeah, this one it was pretty clean cut on their part.
Yeah. I think definitely black aggressive decks or black combo decks with Plague Engineer are some of the harder decks to beat because you often have to walk into it because you're under pressure. It's the slow control decks that I think we can beat pretty easily.
For it was a clean 2-0, it looks like. I wonder.
Notably, I think I saw your top eight matchups. I think you played a lot of people who made the top eight, right? Or a lot of them made the top eight that you played, I should say, in the Swiss.
Yeah, and I think I brought them in because of the breakers that I presented for them, you know.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I saw the same thing with Jurg actually in the Sunday challenge.
Yeah, that tends to happen when you finish high seed, you know. Oh right, this was the green white depths player.
I saw you 2-0 this player, which is interesting too because I don't think the match was bad per se. I do think, if, especially if they know you're on elves, game one might be a little bit difficult because they tend to be slightly faster. Obviously here, turn three crater hook doesn't matter, right? So they do not have the source of plowshares. Love to see it. Yeah, they're just too far behind here. It definitely helps that we were on the play as well, right?
Very much so.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jog Dog, how's it going? Welcome everybody.
Wow. So many raids
I know
today.
this is like Raid Central today. I'd like to thank everybody who's tuning in from Jarvis's stream. Hope you guys had a great stream. Hopefully Jarvis, who's my sensei, so to speak, has taught you something that you can invest into your Magic playing in the future. Uh, I also have Curran on stream with me, and we are reviewing his top eight run from this Saturday. Oh, awesome! Were you playing Pioneer, Jarvis? So pretty much the same deck, right? 8 Landlord War Elves is pretty much Green Sun Zenith. Nykthos is pretty much Gaia's Cradle, right? Thank you for the follow, Deviation Devil. Uh, yeah, from what I've never played a match of Pioneer before, but I understand Mono Green is quite strong. Nice, turn 4 kill in Pioneer. I don't even see modern decks kill that fast anymore.
This hand was a super heartbreaker. Um,
I know, it's so close, right? Thank you, Jarvis. I appreciate it. And thank you for the raid, as always. For those who don't know, I consider Jarvis probably the strongest player I know, like overall. Um, I think he has a lot of range, and for those who don't know, one of the people I will consult with regards to elves. So I'm assuming you kept this hand here, right?
Absolutely.
I didn't see what we bought him though, but I'm pretty sure.
It was a second copy of Shepherd.
Okay, that makes sense. Not really the great, not really a great matchup for the Shepherd, so to speak. Leading with a Shepherd, I like that. It's pretty good sequencing. You're expecting the removal, and we have the punish if they don't. Um, I'll let Curran talk about why I think Landlord Elves I think is just not a playable card in Legacy now. Go ahead.
Virtual Rangers is like better Llanowar elves, right? Like because it comes down the same turn, and then like you can tap it and one other elf and have the same effect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's.
Uh,
Go ahead.
yeah. And also Llanowar elves would have been better with like more Quirion Rangers anyway, and we're not on that plan here, so.
Yeah, the crux of it is Landlord Elves, while good on turn one, tends to be bad every other turn, right? Whereas Virtual Rangers kind of does a good Landlord Elves impression, but fixes for color and is very good with Glimpse of Nature.
A few endings here.
Yeah, we even sequenced properly, right? Where they had to waste one on the Shepherd, so if they have it, they have it. I really like this value guns play here. It's also the sequencing type because you don't want to conceal you want to conceal the heritage druid for as long as possible because in these kind of like lands-ish decks, heritage tends to be just completely broken. Yeah, Birchmark can cast a Shriek Maul. Little known fact.
Oh, one thing I want to point out here as well, since I'm experienced in this matchup, I expect this kind of nonsense from my depths opponents, but uh, if I just cradled out and put Hoof out with no floating mana, we wouldn't win this game because they more than likely have Glacial Chasm
Uh huh.
in their sideboard. But
Mm-hmm.
the good news is we preserved a Boseiju for that purpose,
Mm-hmm.
so that we didn't lose to Chasm.
No, heads up play definitely like this is one of the matches where you Besage is almost like a spell, right? Like you have the first one where you can play it in an emergency, and then you have the second one that what are they doing here?
Now, this was more than I could have possibly dreamed for.
Oh, okay, so they go for the kill here, despite you having a million mana up, which is like a little bit suspect.
Trade-off here is that I have to give up the activation.
That's true. That's fair. Alright,
But they decided to block with their Arbor, which I thought was a pretty poor choice on their part.
yeah, I don't love that at all. Okay, I love the value visionary here, just to get back into a hard cast mode for Hoof. Yeah, I do not like in these like reclaimer mirrors, you giving up the mana, right? Like I'm talking about our opponent here, giving up the arbor.
This
Okay.
attack, by the way, was a
Sketch.
super big breather for me because I knew that they wouldn't have Chasm ready.
Yeah, they could have the crop rotation, but let's see what happens here. Maze, interesting. Low key, Glacial Chasm not that good against elves anymore. I think it was okay before, especially game one where elves is just potentially cold to it. Let's see what's going on here. Did you get the Progenitus? Oh, interesting line.
Yeah, I didn't bring Progenitus and then for this matchup because I
Mm-hmm.
don't like it against this kind of matchup against
Mm-hmm.
Green White Depth specifically. But I figure the Grist, I could put an insect down for now and then just like nuke one of the reclaimers and then like just continue to push damage. It's at a certain point.
Yeah, and they. I don't know about their line, but they have no mana. Very interesting plays, I think, from our opponent here. Yeah. So here, given they have no mana, I like what you've done. You just kind of slowly grind them out, right?
Yeah, basically. They did find the chasm eventually,
They did,
but
but they even lose a
what?
land, right?
Yeah, exactly.
The funny thing about Chasm here is the Grist could be relevant now.
Right. I used the endurance to put back the second Beseiju uh for this game, and there's the Beseiju again. So GG.
Nice. Yeah,
I forgot that's what I did with the endurance.
Endurance to put back one of our targets is, and in this case, Besage is not even a target. It's just like a spell, right? It's like a removal spell. Yeah, that
Yeah,
was what I was hinting at. Jason Murray here is on the Twitch chat. We're like, depending on what the life is at, like the Grist is like relevant, right? Through Chasm, which is pretty funny.
all right. So Green White Depths 2-0'd on to round 5, which I'm still trying to remember what. Ah, yes, my first run in versus Riddlesmith.
So, little teaser to go ahead. This player made the top eight as well, and I know Curran texted me. I asked, "Oh, how are the Force Figures?" And I'll leave it at that. We'll get to see some nice Force Figure action.
Now I'm pretty sure we just lose game one. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, especially like if they see an Aaron Relentless or Testacular or like Runcor or whoever's a known dedicated elf player, they just go ham turn game one, right? Like we have no protection. I mean,
Yeah, like
obviously,
I'm not doing anything against this. So.
obviously you have like the one of endurance or something, right? But like that doesn't come up often.
Yeah, because whenever Echo hits the graveyard, it's generally because they cracked LED to do it, and you never
Mm-hmm.
get priority to actually interact with their graveyard. So
Mm-hmm.
endurance is a little bit of a trap if you're looking at the sideboard for this matchup.
I think endurance has some use, but it's not great against Echo. It has some use against the construct.
Yeah, the construct triggers do give you an opportunity to respond to. I keep forgetting about that a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So in your opinion, would you bring in all the endurances for this matchup and just pray that you could catch him off a containment construct trigger?
I think I would. Only because I think this matchup is like all about speed, and I think we probably have cards that we don't need as many copies of, like things like Visionary and Waterwood. I think we can play this almost like we play, not quite Reanimator, but along those lines in terms of playstyle. I do think, yeah, it's Endurance, one of the best printings for elves in the Fire era, but awkwardly not good against like something like the Epic Storm or the Epic Gamble, where you can't really beat the
Oh
LED Echo
shit.
line, right?
Wait, I definitely brought in endurances. I must have
Yeah,
been thinking about the containment construct. Okay,
you gotta
I
give
gotta give
yourself more.
myself credit.
I was
God.
just gonna say you gotta give yourself more credit, Curran. Wait, did we
All right,
mulligan?
hold on. Yeah. Let me look back at that hand because that was weird.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's look at that first hand. I felt like it was okay.
Oh, yeah. I kind of didn't like it because, like, all the mana costs were pretty high,
Mm-hmm.
and there wasn't necessarily a guaranteed third land. It just seemed clunky, right? Like, maybe I probably want duress more than I want, or like, not duress, but thought seize more than I want this stuff, right?
I think I would agree with that. I think the Gris is like kind of iffy, and I think there's merit to board it out. Um, but I can see why you kept it though. It's like a one of that you can tutor for if need be. Evening, Tom. So for those who don't know, former Legacy League M boss Negator 77 is here. For those who don't know,
Legend.
to this day I think still has the record for the most trophies in a season. I think I think against other depths players, I was probably like 50-50. Against Tom, it's like 10-90 in his favor.
So this six, right? We keep this because it has some kind of interaction in case something goes horribly wrong on turn one. Um,
No, I think this
but
hand is fine.
I will just go ahead and throw the spoiler out. Mindbreak Trap didn't do a damn thing for me this league, and you'll see why.
Yeah, I've told this to people. I would prefer not to play Mindbreak Trap if I can afford it, but the joke leading up into this event was I told Curran, here's the 5-0 list I streamed with on last Wednesday, and he gave me he was joking with me. He's like, "Why are we playing the one bad card?" Which is the Mindbreak Trap, right? And then I said, "Cause I don't know what to play instead." So Curran took the same list, and then fortunately Top 8 didn't. Thank goodness it didn't cost him because he would have given me an earful for that one Mindbreak Trap that eventually did nothing, right?
Yeah, but it's funny because the reason we register it is an offering to the Epic Gamble players and the Riddlesmith players. Just please don't kill me, like.
Yeah, offering is probably the best word I can. So Kern put it best, right? We played the card in the attempt that we don't get paired with the epic fill in the blank, epic storm, epic gamble, whatever it is. Any Rite of Flame deck, essentially, I don't want to see. Dark Ritual is fine. We can usually do well against the Dark Ritual decks, but not the Rite of Flame decks.
So this Echo of Eons worked out really well because we went from just having Visionary and lands to drawing discard, which seems really, really relevant here.
Yeah, it's strange that our opponent here brought in the grid against us. Maybe they're playing around Force of Vigor. It's hard to say. I don't think it's great, but it's not the worst. The one ley line, there is some merit. I have thought about playing one ley line again, just because it's like impossible for the graveyard players to play around. Shout
So
out. Oh, go ahead.
there's only one choice here, obvious, right?
Correct. There is only one. Well, technically two, I guess. Technically two. Shout out to Tom actually, since he's here. I know I'm like fanboying him obviously, but he's actually the person that I first saw play two ley lines in a sideboard, and that's what got me to play two ley lines. And shout out to Jonathan Zhang as well, who played only one ley line in his Neoform deck back in GP Hogak, right? And since then, all the deck building walls that used to plague me are no longer there. What do you think about the old one ley line in the sideboard, Curran?
But the old one ley line in the sideboard, I am not. I don't have enough chest hair to play that. Personally, usually I have to play at least two, and two is the lowest I've played. So,
Okay, I am now that deck building wall, so to speak, that I used to have is no longer there. So shout out to the two guys, I guess that made me see the light. I guess Tom for playing two, and then Jonathan Zhang ultimately for telling me there's no difference between two and one. So
it's turn three, and your opponent has played Saga on the last turn, which is indicative that they're probably going to go on the construct plan. Especially since we saw their hand and they didn't really have any business in the way of combo.
mhm.
Um, what do you do here?
I okay. They have four cards in hand, and we can't cast the force here. We don't have a kill anytime soon. Um, I probably, to be honest, will play it safe and just Green Sun for Collective, and then like I don't. I'm always afraid of just dying out of nowhere, right? Like I guess these kind of decks, and the Saga's not getting anything scary anytime soon yet, or at least not till the two turns from now. I'd probably just Green Sun for one and then Wirewood. Well, it looks like that's what you're doing, but okay, perfect. Yeah, I just value that because I think for me is I believe in this deck a lot, and I believe the longer the game goes, the more we're gonna be favored. Did we play a land drop? That's right. I think we did, but I just missed it.
We did make a land drop. It was the Bayou.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think I just get the collective and just play it safe because I believe our deck can outgrind almost any deck. So the fear is you just lose early, right? Now this is just savage. This is what I was referring to. Th- this is the he's already or okay. Actually, when Curran told me Curran hit two sagas with the Force of Vigor, my reply via text was, Curran, they have a family. Why didn't they end this person's career?
Oh gosh, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, the exact reply to comment to Curran was they have a family. The old 4 mana double Stone Rain, right?
Followed up by another Saga, by the way, which I'm pretty sure is gonna eat a Beseiju if I I'm just holding up for Cradle because I just want to cast a bunch of stuff next turn.
Why did you main phase it? Is the only question, I guess.
Because it was at one counter, and I didn't want to get it to the point where it went to two counters.
Oh, fair, fair. Okay, I didn't see that. It was only at one. I mean, at this point, we're pretty ahead. I think that collective just doing work.
Loving these defense grids.
Okay, yeah, this is the part, the shocking part. Multiple defense grids. Excuse me, defense grids. The old I was gonna say the old flood the board turn, right? I'm happy to have Matt's here, by the way. Rumor is Matt's killing the legacy leagues at the moment. I thought they played it after. Huh.
That's accurate. They did have two bobble and grid when we cast GSC. They popped both the bobbles, and then just had the defense grid after. But yeah, that is the end of this game. They just conceded.
Yeah, the collector oof just doing big game here, right? Like shutting off all their cards, no, so to speak.
Exactly, exactly. But now this is where I've pretty much clenched the most during this tournament because
Mm.
in game three, I'm on the play versus a deck that can just turn one me.
No
And
draw, no draw.
yeah, I mean, I'm on the draw. Yeah, yeah. So it's like it's a scary place, right?
For sure, for sure. It's like it's almost like playing against Rider Flame, right on the other side.
Whoa, whoa, that first hand, what the hell?
Yeah, you want to go back? That first hand looked okay, but I didn't get a clean look at the entire seven. I saw Green Sun, which is always nice.
So I think I shipped this because I wanted to have a guaranteed shot of interacting on turn zero, and the six that I end up keeping has an endurance in it.
You know, yeah, I didn't see the rest of it because I only saw the left side, but I would agree it's okay to shift this hand because it's a little slow, right? You're not gonna have collective until turn three.
This one also has Beseju, interestingly, so that would also be good interaction to have, I think. But
Mm-hmm. Almost like playing against Heritage Jury. I think so far in the matchups, obviously the slower the matchup, the more relevant Reclaimer is. So in a matchup like this, I would say not as relevant. Although getting the Cradle, I think, was pretty good. I think I forget which game. I think it was last game, right? But the slower the matchup, the more relevant I think Reclaimer is. Obviously, Graveyard changes things too.
they just whiffed on their first wheel, it looks like,
Mm-hmm.
and we conveniently draw Thoughtseize.
Yes. Also, notice the clean sequencing here from Curran. The fetch before Once Upon a Time, so that you have, potentially don't draw that land or see the land as one of your five. I think realistically here.
They have one land and nothing else going on. I think maybe I took the Chain of Vapor.
I feel like I would take the chain as well. Let's see.
Just kidding, I took a
Don't.
Riddlesmith. No fear. Okay.
No respect. I think the only thing is because I feel like the game is gonna. Ooh.
LED top deck was sick, by the way.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think they're. Oh, thank you for the kind words, Dukes. Thank you for the kind words, Dukes. I think
They
what was I
don't
gonna
play
say?
Force of Will, by the way, to answer your question, Mets.
Yeah, I don't think they play force, Mats. I think the count is not high enough. I could be wrong.
So they just throw out a defense grid, and it's like, great, cool, you did it again.
Pretty reasonable turn from us there. Awkwardly can't play into the grid, but can eventually hardcast it. Yeah, that for sure. So Matt's brought up a good point, right? Like typically you don't want your LED and Force of Will in the same deck. Obviously, there's some exceptions like Doomsday, but
I'd like to point out that that was like their third wheel, and they passed again. Is this deck good? I I'm being mean about it, but like, I don't know. It's kind of weird, right?
okay. So I think we have like the perfect defensive hand here. If I'm gonna guess, you're gonna lead with C's into Reclaimer into Oof. What do we take there? Let's see. We saw Chain of Vapor, Containment Construct, Saga, and Echo of Aeons. Huh.
Yeah, I took gamble there because I wanted to cut off the LED. I thought about taking. I did tank on that Thoughtseize for a while, and I thought about taking Echo to just play Bog and laugh about it.
Uh,
But that seemed a little too memey, and I wanted to play safer than that.
yeah, my line, I think I would have taken potentially the Chain of Vapor and then Green Sun into the Collector Oof, right?
Well, I'm still gonna do that. They can't Chain of Vapor at the end of Defense Grid is symmetrical, so they can't Chain of Vapor at the end of their turn. They do have to commit a mana to do it
Oh,
on
sure.
their turn.
Yeah, no,
And
I'm just saying for future proof, right? Like, you don't want the. I'm just playing around them potentially drawing something relevant and then chaining our Collector Oof on their turn, is what I'm saying. Usually, speaking of the fun conversation in the chat, the more fun a card is, usually the less competitive it is, for what it's worth. Obviously, there are some exceptions. I think Brain Freeze is one that comes to mind. During Underworld Breach, right? Touche, decent, touche. You see that comment from decent in the chat?
Freakmont is pretty fun.
Yeah, you haven't lived until you draw two cards off a Glimpse of Nature with Shriekmaw. We got to do it last stream when playing against the Eldrazi player. We got to draw three cards by killing a Thought-Knot Seer. Pretty awesome. This is quite an interesting interaction here. The construct with the.
Yeah, I thought seized, I took Echo. There's a trigger, they left it, and then I bogged them.
Mhm.
Still leaving Chain of Vapor, I guess. I don't know why I keep doing that, but I guess I just didn't feel threatened by it.
I also think too, if you missed it the first time, I don't really fault the player for missing it more because they're probably usually tunnel vision or just didn't see the line or have another line in mind, right? Like, I don't really hold multiple, um, what's it called, making the same decision over and over against, like, I think that's actually probably more common. I think the weird thing is if, like, you got punished somehow and made the same line. So an example of that, I think, would be like, I once had a player target that same Allosaur Shepherd, or I forget what it was. I think it was like Allosaur Shepherd with removal, twice in the same game with Wirewood up, which is feels really bad.
Notice here, by the way, that I'm completely prepared with Mind Break Trap in case shit goes wrong now with this Cradle.
Nice.
The Pithing Needle name's Allosaurus Shepherd, which is understandable. It's a win condition on table, so...
Hmm. I actually think people respect the Shepherd activation a little bit too much in these kind of matchups. It's actually, in my opinion, quite difficult for the opponent. Sorry, for us to kill with Allosaur Shepherd against all of these constructs. And by the time we could, I feel like in most cases we'd probably win anyways. Or what do you think? Do you like the call with Shepard there? I feel like I'd probably name Warwood.
I think it's fine just because there are a lot of elves in play, but there are constructs that can stand up to them, so I guess I am a little confused.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
get
it,
why. It's just I don't know if that's the correct play. Is all. Not that it mattered because we have the Beseju anyways.
the concession.
Yeah, that visionary is gonna take over the game, or draw into the win condition, I should say.
Well, I besaged the Pithing Needle on Allosaurus Shepherd there, so
Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah.
just
So you
going to
have
swing
lethal on board.
past their defensors. Yeah, yeah. Now, okay, I know the green white depths match looked easy, but this is straight up abusive. This is Mafuz Van Gogh, who top forward with LED-less dredge on Sunday. But unfortunately, I knocked them out of the top 8 for Saturday here, and it's not close. It's like if they were on LED dredge, I may have lost that match. But since they were on this grindier version, I think it really helps us significantly.
Yeah, so I noticed actually that this opponent, top 8, top forward, actually the Sunday challenge as well, and Romario and I actually briefly talked about this. I actually think if Dredge makes a comeback, especially this version, this is like one of the best gifts to elves from a metagame perspective in probably since 8cast became a thing because um, for two reasons. So Romario actually messaged me first saying, I think this matchup is like unwinnable for Dredge because we have 4 Reclaimers, 4 Green Sun, 3 Once Upon a Time, and 4 Endurances. So already just a million hate cards, right? That we want to play regardless, right? Even if Dredge is not a thing, we still want to play those cards. It's not like we have to dedicate any extra sideboard hate, but whenever artifact decks or graveyard decks are good, that tends to benefit elves because the hate that is potentially needed for those kind of decks is not good against elves. So those are the two reasons why I think if this is a thing, this is a fantastic news for elves. What do you think?
All right, I had to grab my laptop charger real quick because I'm running out of battery.
No worries, no worries. So yeah, so I think for those two reasons, because elves is pretty favored with cards that we already want to play, and because other sideboards can't devote devote 10 plus cards for elves or whatnot. I think having a graveyard deck in the form is actually quite good for elves, even though I know a lot of people think, oh, elves historically has a bad combo matchup. I don't think that's actually quite true anymore because of endurance.
What do you think of this sweet hand?
uh, I'd keep it to be honest. But if I knew they're on dredge, maybe not. Ooh, battery is low.
Fix it. I fix it.
Nice. I don't know if you caught that bit or not, Curran, but essentially I said I think if dredge is a thing in the metagame, it's good for elves for two reasons. One, we just have a million cards that it's good against them. Reclaimer, Green Sun, Once Upon a Time, Endurance that we want to play regardless, even if they're not present in the metagame. And two, if other decks need to play Graveyard Hate, that's like fantastic for us.
Right. Yeah, that seems really good. I think I shipped this one too.
Yeah, if you know they're on Dredge, probably not. Yeah, I think the bog here is like insane, obviously.
All right, so they go with the otherworldly gaze, and I couldn't help but send an LOL in chat to them because of what they binned.
Yeah, I didn't even know Dredge players were playing that card until I saw the list. I mean, I saw the card. I was like, oh, it seems reasonable enough. I just wasn't aware this is the new tech.
My opponent said it was a grieving graveyard. So Yeah, because they have a Stinkweed imp, we just go ahead and play Bog here, and they have one card left in hand.
Yeah, it's like a huge blowout, right? Like I can't understate how good Bog is against, especially a slower dredge deck.
Breakthrough wasn't very good either. Therapy, Icarate, Bridge from Below, no action whatsoever.
Sure.
And just in case you weren't convinced, Sweet Green Sun for Endurance anyway.
Yeah, this is it's like Curran said, right? I think this matchup is, even though it's kind of a new deck and I haven't even played it myself, if I were to guess, it's quite lopsided.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, David, I abused the...
I joked about this in an internal chat, but this is before this weekend too. I chatted with Inigo and I said one of the, I mean it's known that Elves has a very good 8 cast matchup. Also, what is not less known is 8 cast tends to be good against these Rite of Flame decks. So I was joking with Inigo, we need to set up a summit with the 8 cast players, and on the behalf of all Elf players, asked them because I saw their win rates kind of low actually lately, based on the recent challenges. What do 8 cast players need us Elf players to hate out for them? Because we definitely appreciate these 8 cast players making the metagame real nice for us. So you can add essentially dredge to that list as well, I think.
I'm mulligan to 6 because that first hand didn't have any guaranteed action. But this 6 obviously has guaranteed action.
Yeah, I think again we just have so many relevant cards against them. Also, my boy Jonathan Zhang, who I briefly mentioned about the one ley line earlier, right, is here in chat. So in honor of him, we want to remind everybody that force of negation is unfair.
So we did lose our endurance, but it's okay because this dredge deck moves insanely slow. Again, I'd be way more scared if they were on an LED build.
For sure, for sure. It also means like because we know they're slow, we can actually just keep hands with Elvish Reclaimer and just don't have to like find turn zero hate or whatever in endurance. So there's a higher range of keeps. Interesting that you led with the once there. Is your logic there that you're gonna be able to cast natural regardless?
Yeah, and I think also I was kind of peaking for an endurance because I was a little bit scared of how this turn was going to go down.
That's fair.
Uh, but uh, this is going to work out really well for me. I'm just telling you right now.
I mean, I don't doubt it. Like when I saw the dredge list get posted by this user on Twitter, I was just like, if this is a thing, this might be the new 8 cast.
I was very fortunate that they didn't have a second bridge here. Otherwise, they do get the Ashen Rider back, and things do go poorly here.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that they're passing with 0 cards in hand and this huge graveyard and Reclaimer's about to be not sick anymore, kind of insane.
Yeah, Reclaimer. I forget who it was. Some graveyard player was mentioning how they hate the fact that Reclaimer reads one card combo win target game right against these graveyard decks. Like the game is now
Yep.
over, right? That is just disgusting.
Yeah, and I also get the extra mana to put the third land in the yard so the Reclaimers can stand up to their remaining zombie tokens.
Yeah, it's just an embarrassment of riches right now. Not to mention your Kratos is like fully what's the word I'm looking for? Fully powered, right? From the arbors coming in. Okay, so in case it's not obvious, Curran's just playing with his toy here. Playing with his food here.
Yep, we did find the shepherd. They know they're dead. They concede, and we move on to the top 8.
Nice. Was that round 6?
It was.
Nice. Okay, so at this point, I think it was right after Curran, what's it called? Officially clinched the top 8. He messaged me. Uh, I have this thing where like I won't ask anybody how they're doing because I don't want to jinx them until then. So I knew about the Force of Vigor much later, just from talking with Curran for what it's like.
I messaged Newton once I clinched it, just because I know that like there's a little bit of superstition in the community, a little bit about people checking it. Like, I know several players who are like that. I'm not personally like that. You can ask me how I'm doing at any point, and I don't give a fuck. But I knew that Newton would take that precaution anyway.
I also, full disclosure, every time I pop on Inigo's stream, he tends to lose. So I'm a bad luck charm too. So I will take the heat for it. Okay. If you don't mind, my wife actually just brought me some food, so I'll let you actually narrate how you think this. I'll obviously chime in as well, but this top 8 match here.
Right on, right on. And David, I'm doing about as good as I can be. COVID is a bit of a terrible time, but we're doing okay. Anyway, we're going to the quarters. Inigo messages me that this player definitely has Terminus in their main deck, which is kind of uncommon with Yorian piles. But I, well, yeah, I took the information and just ran with it. So to be honest with you, my mental game during this wasn't great. This game one, and I'll go into a little bit on why on that in a minute. But this hand, I looked at it and I said, "Would Newton keep this hand?" And Newton, would you keep this hand?
100%.
And that's what I did.
We don't play scared here. Once upon a time, not gonna fail.
Yep, we get right into it.
No, I wouldn't even do that on upkeep, Jonathan, because we don't even want to give the opponent any inclination that our hand potentially is susceptible. Obviously, we draw the hoof, like we always do.
I will survive. So, I was kind of expecting a Narsa on turn 3. Pretty happy not to see one. So we fire off a glimpse.
Wonder if they hull breacher. Hopefully, I didn't just jinx myself.
Nah, they just plowed my first guy. Seeing a lot of lands here, which isn't amazing.
Yeah, I'm just glad our opponent didn't really have anything on turn 3, right? Like, I'd be nervous for like a Narset to hit the board or something, or a hull breacher to flash in.
I gotta say, I love these Terminus 1-for-1s though that I somehow keep baiting out.
Somehow that never happens to me. I never play around it, and they always like 5-for-1 me game 1. So I love that you're able to.
And now we're in garbage time.
I
They
apologize if.
picked up a Yorian there.
I wonder what is the use of Yori in these control builds. It just doesn't feel like it's necessary, but I could be wrong, unless I'm missing something.
I mean, they're playing cards like Coatl and Growth specifically to interact with it well, so that's like all I can think of.
Hmm. Is it just like trying to outgrind every deck or what?
Pretty sure that's probably its designed intention.
Like I feel like I don't know. I feel like the blue Zenith deck just might be a better deck, but I could be wrong. Like, you're gonna play Yorion with these like slowish builds because of the
Um,
consistency, right?
yeah, I'm not familiar, but I think this interaction might crash this replay. Because it's waiting for my opponent to attach abundant growth to a land again, and I'm not sure that's ever going to happen
Mm.
in the replay mode. So, let me summarize what happens for the rest of the game. We
Mhm.
lose. Like look at our hand, right? Like it's not a good hand. They do eventually find an Uro. They haven't. They've cast like 4 removal spells up to this point. It's not. It's we're not going to win this game.
Actually, before you start the next game, I do want to point out something about this hand that I think is relevant because I'm sure you probably have people ask you like, "What's with the Shriekmaw on the sideboard?" Uh, the reason is because of situations like this against blue red specifically, because they're trying to keep you hell bent, or sorry, they're hell bent on keeping your board off the. See, gotta fly around. They're hell bent on keeping your board clean, and you get into these mid game situations where you have a glimpse of nature and just like 0 or 1 creatures available. Shriekmaw being a creature has been super relevant in that matchup, and I think Curran's experiences with the card probably lines up with mine as well. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
Like having the mana to actually hardcast it.
No, the fact that Shriekmaw is a creature instead of being like.
Oh, yeah, yeah, no, it's huge, right? Like, because you get the glimpse of nature trigger, like whether you evoke or hardcast it,
Mhm.
and then it's findable off once upon a time, which no other removal is, like murderous cut or snuff out or whatever we were testing before,
Right.
right? And that's insane. Like being able to just like
Fire off
cast
blinks
once upon a
earlier.
time and have that happen, yeah, like it's sweet. And then also there are the rare times where you do hard cast it. It's like now I have a 3/2 with fear that's like clocking you, and you have to wonder, should I point my bolt at your unblockable threat that's killing me instead of like an Allosaurus Shepherd? What's wrong with me, you know? Like,
No, definitely, definitely. I think there's a good amount because we have access to Cradle all the time. There's a good chance it's a virtual 1 mana card too because of the evoke interaction with Cradle. I'm sure that's come up probably a few times for you already, right?
right, right. All right, well, so here's game 2, and I'm not feeling good after that game 1, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't like to be down against this kind of deck,
Mm-hmm.
so here we go.
Spoiler: we know he advances.
And and with this hand, can't you see why? Like, this is a great hand.
Mm-hmm.
Again, pointing out for everybody out there, fetch first, then once upon a time, get your best statistics going.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, this is actually somewhat of a tough decision, I think. But you have to draw 2 turns to draw a third land. I think it's reasonable. You can also cash in the green sun for 0.
So, based on what I've been taking so far in this matchup, what do you think I take here?
um, I think this one is a little bit more interesting because of the prismatic ending versus the Gris. Um, I think based on how you've been playing it, you probably take the Narset, but I think there is some merit for the prismatic ending.
No, always take the edge. Get out of here. I, I I just hate that card, man.
I know. I feel you. I feel you. What kind of monster doesn't want people to draw cards? Obviously, I say that.
My favorite turn 2 line right here.
Mhm. Obviously, I say that with a good amount of our viewers being D&T players. I'm obviously joking. I think D&T. What's it called? The matchup with D&T actually is. I think it depends who you ask, right? Like my experiences tend to not be aligned with everybody else's for some reason. I think it's definitely closer than it used to be, but I don't think it's. I've seen D&T players call the matchup even. I don't know about agreeing with that either.
I'd just like to point out that this is the third time this evening that a Terminus will just take one creature.
We love it.
Terminus, super good against elves, unless you're impatient.
Yeah, I love the clean sequencing. Is there's a fly in the room? It's because I have food here.
Careful, careful.
So, what do you personally think, Curran? What do you think the DNT matchup L's percentages are at the moment? Because I definitely don't think it's like what it was before. I also don't think it's 50-50. What do you think it is?
I honestly think that it's like 65-35, maybe 60-40.
Yeah, I personally like, and of course I try to recalibrate for like builds and things like that, and like pilot skill and whatnot. I probably would say closer to 65-35. Sounds about right. And it's almost like an attack on me, right? When I see these D&T players say it's 50-50, I'm like, how could that be possible? But I can see a scenario where, certain builds of D&T, especially if you're playing like multiple canonists, for instance, being a little bit better. And obviously, I also try to account because when I win games against D&T and they punt, for instance, I will try to keep that in mind. Yeah, Magus is a thing too. I've been blown out by that card.
I have been blown out by Magus once so far in like the past few months, and it was brutal. And it was something that like in my brain I was like, oh, I could have played around it if I had just thought it was there. But why would I have thought it was there? You know, like
It's kind of like Stifle, right? When you don't expect it, it's just insane against you.
all right.
Also,
So, oh, go
also,
ahead.
I've been blown out by when they just have not shown any fetch lands or red, and they just violate it. Those are the savage blowouts.
All right. So here's what we thought season two.
I wonder what we should take. Oh, you took the force. I probably would take the fluster there.
I apparently have no fear. I don't
Not that
know.
it matters really with that kind of hand.
I think here I'm looking to bait force. I don't get baited, so I just end up swinging for one.
It's all about the sequencing, right?
I can't believe they resolved Yorion and I still won this anyway.
Well, the urine was only one at least. I feel like if it were me, I probably would have ran that Gris out already and just like forced them to hit themselves. But I can see why you held back there. Obviously rewarded right here. Oh, you didn't fire off the glint?
Still patient. There's a Flusterstorm too, so I'm thinking that
Did they have
they
5
have
mana up
two
to or
counters.
4?
They had
5,
5 mana up.
okay. Yeah, then I definitely wait.
Now here we go.
Yeah, here we
We can
go,
get
for
to
sure.
business.
They
They
probably
go to
hard
put
cast.
Terminus back on top, by the way, with that
Ugh.
Mystic Sanctuary.
Ugh. What kind of villain are we playing against?
But I think the bait is set now because the Terminus comes down, I float mana in response,
Mm-hmm.
and I just cast a Grist.
Slight nitpick there. I don't think I float the black, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It could be indicative. But here's Fluster Storm to shut down the Glimpse of Nature. Now I'm just asking them, do you have a blue card left in your hand with Force of Will? And if you do, are you cool with going to 0 cards?
But we know they don't, right? Because the terminus is on top. No, no.
Oh,
So
right, yeah, they
so.
cowaddled into it,
Oh,
didn't
no,
they?
no, you're right. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, yeah. So they had no Force of Will, so Grist gets to resolve. They're like, I gotta force something!
What did they pitch?
Nothing, they hardcast it.
Oh, okay.
This Coatl is trying to keep Grist in check. I think we just kill this Yorion, if I recall.
Yeah, notably, yeah, Jason put on the nose, was right on the nose there, right? We have this grist that's gonna start off to take over the game.
Man, when we draw a creature, oh boy.
Yeah, it's hands like this where if you draw the assassin trophy, this feels so bad, right, against blue red, as the glimpse of nature continue to stay stranded in your hand. The irony is, I think assassin's trophy might be worth considering play again because of these shadow decks, if that's a thing.
This just eats counterspell. A
Mm-hmm.
good old counterspell, by the way.
Nice clean magic, right?
The way Garfield intended.
I know, right? I think Jason. The reason why they're attacking the Grist is because they don't want the Grist to take down the um, Ice Fang at some point.
Oh no, my insect tokens. Is that a 0 for 1?
I think so. There's a fly.
I know. More? Want more?
Sure. We got a. Excuse me.
No, we're popping off.
I know, right? So Ed kind of mentioned this on his stream that this version, it's not so much that it's a lot slower. It's more so that it requires a kind of a different gameplay, right? You have to be a lot more patient. And Ed mentioned he personally doesn't have the patience, which I understand. Like especially since if you played the Netto version before, you kind of just want to do everything the same turn, but you still can't do it with this deck. It's just you have to pick your spots, right? Kind of like Ant. There's another term. I just love that this Grist is just taking over the game, right?
Yeah, the Terminus doesn't even phase you at this point because
I
you
know, right?
still
You just
have to
rebuild.
replay your board.
This is just too much value, right? Uh, Actually, it's good that we have. I don't know if you know Jonathan Zhang, but he is our resident anti-blue. Force of negation is unfair representative here, and he will be happy to see what's going on in this board state.
All right, and now on to game 3.
Oh, that was game two. Oh, I thought that was game three for
That
some reason.
that was game two. It was a little bit of a battle. Again, pretty scary moment, right? Like on the draw, but at least it's not a combo deck.
Right, right, right. It's anything but Rider Flame. I'll take it. Oops is obviously a bad matchup too, but that has more to do with Leyline of Sanctity than anything else.
So the Thoughtseize revealed 3 brainstorms, an Uro, a Force of Will, and an island, and I just took a brainstorm because I have a Shepherd in hand anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it wasn't the best Thoughtseize in the world.
It wasn't, but I think like the information is still huge in this kind of matchup, right? It allows you to play in a certain way. I probably would take Brainstorm as well, if, for what it's worth. I don't think we really care about Force of Will, even before Shepard.
I think I'm just leaving Heritage Druid in hand in case we do walk into a Terminus here, and then also we have end of turn fetch Dryad Arbor.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. I think if it were me, I probably would have played the Heritage and just because I'm okay with our opponent trying to go for the 2-for-1 hit Terminus because I don't value Heritage that highly, but I think it's a reasonable play.
It's back to basics, though. While we have both our basics and a Heritage Druid,
Ugh, that is brutal.
I just take one more turn, to set up.
Right, right, right. That makes sense. Like they got us there with the Bayou, but at least it's a temporary Stone Rain, right? Oh, I just love this sequencing here. So something worth noting is Curran tapped the Cradle because he wanted to be able to attack. The normal glimpse heuristic is you tap before you the creatures with heritage before you tap the Cradle, but this is for a more offensive glimpse, right?
That's correct. I was preserving the untap for a lethal swing,
Mm-hmm.
by just going out. I was sad because it does go against my intuition as a glimpse chain player to just get more value out of the visionary and also get the most value out of the cradle by playing the creatures out first.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew I had a clear game plan in mind. I knew it was going to be lethal, and I just wanted to go for it. So
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations we just mentioned actually, where even though the Thoughtseize didn't seem that impressive, the information that there's no source to plowshares there is kind of huge, or at least
yeah,
less likely, right? They had to draw into it.
it's time for the semifinals
Nice, right?
against Riddlesmith again, the rematch.
I just love how you open with Collector Hoof. That is just so savage. Oh no, they had the turn one.
I think this plays out incredibly similarly to what we saw in the first time around. But oh, that's right. I get to turn to a collector Rufy anyway.
Nice. Here I thought we lost it because our opponent, just had the natural turn one echo, even though we had the natural collective, but we still get there. So actually, that this game here
They
illustrates why.
conceded.
Yeah. Well, this game here actually illustrates why Queen Ranger was the cut over Heritage Druid to make up for slots. It's because Heritage Druid allows for lines like this on turn two, whereas Queen Ranger does not. It's like a artifact combo deck, Jonathan.
My buddy Nimbler Mongoose, aka Cody, is in the chat. Thank you, buddy. We're just doing a review stream here, so
Nice. Fellow Oregon Magic player.
no, actually, we met at GP New Jersey in 2014. This is a funny ass story. Like we met in round eight of
Mm-hmm.
Grand Prix New Jersey. We were both 6-1. He
Mm-hmm.
was on Ant, I was on Elves,
Mm-hmm.
and we made small talk beforehand, and he was moving to Portland from where he lived at the time. Uh, and I was like, "Oh, cool! Hit me up when you get there and stuff." And then we play, and I 2-0 him on elves, as he's and he ends up losing round 9 on the bubble to day 2, but
uh,
I got to day 2 because of that match I won, and
nice.
then we became best friends basically when he moved to Portland, and then he ended up moving away again after a while. He doesn't live in Portland anymore, but it's just like it was hilarious because like one of my closest friends in the world was just like this random player I met at a high table on day 1 of GP Jersey. So
No, that's a sick story. Like, um, it's funny how you meet these people playing Magic. It's just like, I think Jarvis or put it best once, where it's about the gathering, right?
it's about the gathering. Yep.
I just realized I need to update the stream title to include you. I meant to do it earlier and just like got sidetracked.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a mulligan. It was a mulligan. I'm very intelligent, obviously. Oh god, I had to mold a 4.
Yikes. Alright, stream updated now.
Alright. So, containment construct, first thing, we're just going to do the fetch once upon a time. 4 lands and a birch lore, so I think we end up taking the birch lore.
Kind of type
Not
it in.
really much to do here except try to Besage him on turn 2, I think.
You mean Besage the construct?
Right, right.
Makes sense.
But this looks like one of those setups where I think I'm just going to lose. Because this is game 2 of game 3 after all. Even though we drew Force of Vigor, big sad we can't cast it because of the defense grids that keep coming down against us in this matchup for some reason.
Yeah, the doing that, stopping the Force of Vigor cheat mode is, I guess, kind of relevant.
Here comes the breakthrough. Here comes the nonsense. They even have the grape shot in discard already. Like, this game is pretty far over.
Oh wow! I didn't realize they played Great Shot. I just thought like they want Ballista or something. I guess they need a way to win through like Needle or whatnot. Not to mention Grape Shot, quite good against elves.
Conceded right here. It was pretty demoralizing to look at this. I was like, I'm good. Like,
The good thing is we did steal game one. Collective always worth its weight in gold, right?
right, right. But here's game 3. And we molded 6. I actually want to go back and look at that 7, but I'm pretty sure I saw a hoof.
I saw Mind Trap, but again, that card is like very shaky.
Especially because they keep bringing in their defense grids.
Yeah, how do they know? We only have one as well. I guess it's good against Force of Vigor, like aforementioned, right?
Yeah, this hand just doesn't look like it's gonna do anything.
It protects you from getting turn one, but that's about it.
Find the Oofy off once upon a time. Why not?
Better lucky than good, right? As I like to say.
They
They
play Trop
notably
Island Bobble Pass.
they notably might be playing around the collector too. I mean not the mind break trap.
I guess I thought seized because I thought it would be a more powerful tool at this time. And I took gamble while they have Echo Riddlesmith construct, so that means I turn off the LED function.
Mm-hmm. No, I think leading with C's is fine because what that also does is it potentially allows you to take a removal spell that otherwise is earmarked for the collector.
Yeah, that's also true.
They know about too, by the way.
They did find the diamond though.
Ooh. Because they found the diamond, actually, I was just gonna mention too. Unfortunately, it didn't play out. It did play out this way. I would actually hedge a little bit and actually green sun for 0 there to ramp.
Oh yeah, that might have been a bit better, but
But I don't think it matters too much because the heritage is what you played instead.
oh look at this mind break trap that might do something.
The needle. I wonder if they needle the reclaimer.
They needled Beseiju.
Yeah, reasonable, I guess.
I was pretty convinced that like, oh wait a minute. Wait a minute. I lied. I do get to use Mind Break Trap here.
Nice.
Oh, snap. It won me a game. I gotta remember things better.
I try to forget the times where Mind Retry wins the game. It pains me every time it happens. I try to block it out of my memories. Collecting? Yes. Love it. So, by the way, one of the questions we get a lot, I think, I'm sure you've gotten this, is why is Archon of Valor's Reach no longer being played? It turns out natural order for collective is often enough against a lot of these decks.
I did get the W here because Taiga was in the graveyard and apparently the removal spell was going to be red, whatever it was.
Mm,
But yeah, that's the end of this match. We won this one.
nice.
And now we go on to the finals. Our, all right, get ready for some absolutely nonsense this game one. This is a good game one.
I'm excited already.
Fire off Thoughtseize here and
Mm-hmm.
take Allosaurus Shepherd, which is reasonable, right? Oh no, I got another one.
Nice. Better lucky than good.
And that's game.
Oh yeah, this is like easy mode.
Yep, now Trotter finds Critter Hoof, and that's the end of game one. And so I'm obviously feeling on fire because I just won on turn 3 against a matchup that I completely fumbled in the Swiss.
Like I said, I do think this is probably the harder or hardest even tempo variant to play against from an elf perspective because
Now,
of snuff out.
I do have a funny note about this. So Jurg, Inigo, and I are all on the legacy data collection team, and they were collecting data on Saturday. And so as a result, they got to actually review a little bit. They got on a video call together and they reviewed my finals match.
Uh,
They probably reviewed some other matches too, but
mhm.
Jurg writes me and he's just like,
I think I know where you're going with this.
why in the world did you keep 3 once upon a times in game 2? And I just responded. I was like, I was feeling cheeky. It was really that cute. It probably wouldn't recommend this, folks.
Yeah.
But you know what? Whatever. I even terrorized my opponent when they cast his Thoughtseize. You want it once? I got plenty. Come on.
Oh my goodness.
So
I
anyway,
think we might have fumbled away the challenge victory here.
yeah, this was my hubris just taking over entirely. I was like too stoked to be in the finals in Epic Game, and I let myself go.
I also think you probably lead with a forest there, for whatever it's worth.
I was my hubris, my greed.
Oh jeez. To be fair, their hand was pretty good too.
Yeah, they had a really aggressive hand
I'm not
there.
sure it
Like
would have
Death Shadow
mattered,
came
but
down so soon.
I'm not sure it would have mattered, but yeah, I don't know about that keep. I think the way this game played out, I'm of the mindset that it's probably correct to not to board kind of like Delver and board out the natural orders.
Yeah, so
I also looking
I
at the
did.
list.
I didn't do that because my heuristic that I thought about above that was that since I'm playing a black deck, Plague Engineer is relevant, and that means that Progenitus is a solid game plan
For sure.
because of the Plague Engineers. And so I just was like, I need to keep Natural Order in because I need to keep Progenitus in case they go on the Plague Engineer plan, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You also you didn't know what their list looked like, so there's a good chance they have like four engineers. You know how these swamp players like to play max engineers. They're surprisingly somewhat in the game.
I hung on for dear life, but there was no way I could actually finish it out properly.
Yeah, we needed to punch through here. Shriekmaw, not great against these shadows, but has text against Murktide at least.
So that was game 2.
Mm-hmm.
All right, game 3. I don't think I made any glaring mistakes.
Sometimes they have it too. Like I said, they have a lot of cheap permission against or disruption against us. Also, oh my god.
Yeah, that first hand had no lands. This one I just felt like I had to keep because it
I
had it the
almost want to
once
mold
upon a
this 2 and
time.
go to 5. Our deck failing us at the wrong moment here.
At least we were pretty much protected against that Thoughtseize.
Mm-hmm.
I think I was like, all right, prayer that they have no removal, uh, prayer that they have no more discard, and they just spend their turn cantripping here, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so far, it's off to a good start. It's like, oh, okay, cool. We might be in this. We might be in this one.
What's
Ugh, ugh.
interesting here, I think, is that they're fetching Underground Sea. That kind of tells me maybe they don't have a Shadow Hand or Ice
Oh
Name.
yeah, and then the Arbor just got ate by a snuff out apparently, and now we're in a bad place.
We're back to the Stone Age. I know, right? Here I thought they weren't gonna snuff us out because they had a underground sea. That's like some nice baiting, I guess, from our opponent.
Two fatal pushes, by the way, that's got to be a pretty high amount.
No, the snuff out too, right? That's three removal spells in the first five turns of the game. Oh my god, just down.
Let's make it a 13-13. Why not? Yep, and that was the end of the challenge. But
Honestly, I think you played very well, Curran. I know we saw that questionable keep in game two, but I don't think it would have mattered. Like quite frankly, their hand seemed pretty strong, and I
yeah,
think you
it was
played.
fairly aggressive.
I do think you played very well, and it looks like all the. You said you played this deck for 9 months now, and I don't know when the exact. I can't pinpoint. I don't think maybe you can the exact moment where you think things clicked, but it was nice to see you played pretty much clean. I think this whole tournament, outside of like one or two areas where, like for the mulligan, for instance, right? Anything you would like to share about now that we've reviewed it? I think also if you're interested, I know Jurg posted his top eight run from Sunday. If you want to stick around and maybe review that live here on stream, maybe we could do that after a quick restroom break as well.
Yeah, I'd be interested in doing that. I heard that it was a pretty good watch, honestly. He's very podcasty, apparently, with his voice.
Well, I think what I was looking forward to was we can watch it without the audio, only because then we can kind of make our own assessments, right? Independent. Also,
Yeah.
we can provide the link to. Actually, I'll do that right now on stream. But we can also provide the link, and I'll do that. 1 second. Uh, all right, here is Jurg's YouTube link for his what we're gonna potentially watch right now. But do you yeah any final comments on your top eight run? Congratulations again, very well played. Like I said, I don't think there was anything we really could have done about those last two games.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I I wouldn't change much about it. I did when I did play the Sunday challenge and scrub out of it, unfortunately,
Uh,
I did replace the mind break trap with murderous cut as a nod to the fact that I lost a shadow twice on Saturday.
Fair.
But now that I watched mind break trap win a game when I thought it didn't do anything the entire tournament, wow, I really did block that out. I think it's probably worth continuing to play the Mind Break Trap as an offering again to those combo players. Like, stay away, please. So,
Yeah, it's like a sacrifice, right? You play with essentially 14 sideboard cards in the hope that you just don't get paired from, and hope the magic gods are on your side.
exactly. Yeah. But yeah, I am down to watch Jurg's videos here. So, yeah. Do you want to do a quick bathroom break or whatever?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick restroom break. Probably come back in 2-3 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. But yeah, so far it's been great. And then seeing you, actually, good time for me to get a beer too to crack one open. I know I mentioned that quickly earlier, but
Nice. I'm gonna go get my fourth one.
awesome. I need to catch up then.
Hello, hello.
All right, so I think since we're watching Jurg's top eight, why don't I share my screen with you, Kern, and or you can just watch from the YouTube, but that might be delayed, right?
Yeah, we would have to play and pause at this. I'm sure you're gonna want to pause it too to talk about. We're gonna have conversations about it. So,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's best if you share your screen so you can pause it and we're on the same beat and everything.
Mm-hmm. Oops, how do I get this?
You may have to hit escape.
There you go. All right, I will bring up the stream or the YouTube link. All right, time to copy and paste into this. Can you see my screen at the moment? Looks like you can, yeah. I think this is the challenge, yeah. Play all. And if you have to.
Hello, good morning. This is your.
Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll pause because anybody can watch it and get Jurg's viewpoint. Can do so in rewind here, right? Or like I posted the link. But I don't think we want to contaminate or at least have predetermined judgment because I think we want to watch it with fresh set of eyes, so to speak. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. The intro video won't be necessary because we're only just gonna look at his list.
Mm-hmm.
So we might as well just click on his round one video.
Mm-hmm. How do I make this smaller?
Though I should say that Jurg's list is a bit different from what Newton and I have been working on. Just it's a little bit back because it plays Progenitus main deck, but put the endurance in the sideboard. Otherwise, I think everything else is the same.
I think it's actually really close because the rest is something we played for a while and only
Oh, I
recent.
forgot about the rest. Yeah, yeah, I forgot about the rest.
The main thing is so we essentially Inigo hassled me for months to move the progenitors back to the sideboard, and I finally relented. And I think it's actually been a very smart idea by Inigo. And then Curran, jumped aboard real quickly. I think Jurg still wants a second, real natural order target, which is defensible. And also, the thing is, the number of times you tutor for endurance game one is actually quite low too. So that's the only difference. But also, Jurg mentioned that he swapped to the murderous cuts on Sunday because he anticipated that there would potentially be more Shadow players, especially since Shadow beat Curran in the finals, right? I personally don't like Murder's Cut ever since we found Shriek Maw, but if you do want to play removal that can hit Death Shadow and even Phyrexian Dreadnought, I'd actually would rather play Assassin's Trophy because the reason why Cut was played in the first place, because I think the history matters, is because it's more efficient and better against Delver. But if we're only hedging against Delver, I'd rather just play Shriek Maw. What do you think?
Right. Yeah. No, I agree. I want to play Shriekmaw the most because of the value we get off Once Upon a Time and Glints of Nature. But if we do have to make that concession to Shadow, Murderous Cut's gonna be better. And then, God, I hate to say it, but Assassin's Trophy is also pretty good considering that they play no basics.
Like I think in the near term. Oh, cheers, by the way. Here's my beer. It's a Stella. I think if I
Cheers.
I think if the matchup is bad enough, then we'll look at it. But I don't think the matchup is actually bad enough to make the swap just yet.
It's not. I don't think there's enough of it running around that I'm ready to make that swap at this time. I will continue to play Shriekmaw for the foreseeable future.
For sure. The only, and even then, the Force of Vigors that we play in the sideboard cover for the artifact part, and Snuff Outs wouldn't be able to take care of that. So, well, Snuff Out would, but The only blind spot is truly black creatures, and I think it's one not bad enough and not popular enough to merit the change yet because Shriekmaw is so much better with our deck, right?
Right. But yeah, I think we can dive in otherwise if you're ready.
Yeah, I started the thing already. I think this is the intro.
Yeah, he's just going to be talking about the deck.
So let's go here. All right.
Perfect. All right, so I like this hand okay. I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable hand, and actually one that illustrates why Reclaimer I think is very good in this deck.
He's a force right off the bat. Unfortunate.
Yeah, I think in
But
the go ahead.
setup. I was just gonna say, nice post setup here for natural order.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a benefit that he gets to reap that we don't reap right now, which is having the main deck Progenitus plan versus this kind of matchup.
For sure. I think because he has the Progenitus, that's pretty good. And one reason to include it, right? Like this, the Jeskai matchup is one of them. I think if it were us, we'd probably hold a turn, or there's a line of getting Gris, but that's not as high upside just winning the game, right?
Yeah, this is a shining example of why Progenitus can be good in the main deck.
For sure. And the reason why I think if you told me you wanted to play the Progenitus main instead of the Endurance, I think I would be okay with that too because like I said, the Endurance is not really tutored that often anyways. It's the only reason why we're playing main is because we can live with it, so to speak, right? It's kind of like our main deck Pyro Blast if you want to think of it that way.
Yeah, it is. It functions quite a bit like that, and it can come up where you can like once upon a time into it to interact with a scary turn one deck. You know.
And in the worst case scenario, like if you really are in a matchup where it doesn't matter, it's still a creature and you can still play as Lotus Petal mode, right?
Yeah, like worst case scenario, it's Lotus Petal for Gaia's Cradle.
Mm-hmm. Exactly what I'm referring to. Yeah, I think in especially a lands meta, I would definitely want the Progenitus main. If all you play are like lands players or moon stompy players. Notably here, you're boarded out one guy's cradle, which is like old technology. It's something we did. Like I told Jurg about when he first picked up the deck, and I haven't done it lately because I just think the power level of the card is just too high. But it's like reasonable against these control decks where the game gets kind of grindy.
The board out the cradle technology. Wow, I don't do that ever.
You've never boarded out a guy's cradle. The logic is
Not in
also we have
my
access to it
life.
all the time.
Not on my life have I ever boarded out this Gaia's Cradle.
See, I used to like one up against these control decks, but I've reverted back on that because I just think this card is just way too strong to even bring out one, right? But I get the logic at least, being there myself. So I think here it seems like Jurgen is explaining his logic for how he boarded, so which I like a lot. And if you haven't, I mean I haven't even done it yet, but I would recommend potentially getting Jurgen's viewpoint by rewatching this as well later on for the audience. Okay, I think he's about to start soon.
It's a lot of heritage shirts that we boarded out. Did we leave in collector fee?
I didn't see him leaving in, but I can't imagine that he
Did he
did.
leave in Bog?
Bog I actually don't think is great against depending on the version.
Oh, cool. This hand is easy to just not care about.
Right, to pick apart.
So you take plow here, probably, right? We
Yeah,
take plow
I
here.
rarely take force. Unless there's something yeah, like I said, I rarely take force because like even if they force us, they're down a card, right?
Exactly.
How you hanging up there over there, by the way? If you
Um,
aren't feeling well, just let me know. We can also just pop off at any time.
I am hanging in there, my dude. I may be a little bit wasted, but like low energy wasted because of what's going on. But you know what? We here and we
Okay, awesome.
enjoying the good
Yeah,
time.
yeah. I don't want you to be this to be a chore, right? This.
This is not a chore, my dude. I'm having fun.
Awesome. So yeah, you're making. I'm actually, for those who don't know, Yerk was the first person I worked with on this deck, um, in at least a larger capacity, right? So I think besides myself, he probably has the second most number of reps within the list, if I'm not accurate. If I'm accurate, so incredibly tight sequencing here from Jorg. Mainly, you want to dig for the Birch Lore so that you can draw more.
Oh, oh, you hate to see it.
It was top deck too, unfortunately. That's actually quite brutal.
Wow, and a Mystic Sanctuary buyback.
Notably, Jurg is still in the game for what it's worth. Oh my god.
Wow, that was a lot. Okay, so we just natural ordered for Gris because the Progenitus was drawn, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's so Jurg is just making the value play, right? Which I totally get.
I think that's totally fine because he knows shields are down and he wants to do as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. There's like some merit for Hoof, but I like this play, right? Because it stresses that the opponent has to fight on two different axes, right? Because Reclaimers are Tormagors at this point, and then the Gris is going to take over the game.
Wow, and a Green Sun Zenith. Sheesh.
I know, right? So I think I like Jurg being so Jurg's being patient with the.
Oh, win with ult.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's even better. I was gonna say I would probably visionary there, but that's fine.
God,
He
I love Crystal.
it seems like our opponent probably didn't see it coming. I probably didn't see it coming either, right? Like I completely forgot. Oh, there's a lot of because of the Kozilek's return. But yeah, I probably the only thing I would have done differently there was maybe play the Green Sun to dig for the natural order, right? But his line is perfectly reasonable. What do you think? Would you have fired off the Green Sun there or held it
I probably would have fired it off because I'm crazy, but you
for
know.
visionary, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. Yeah, see, like me, I like to just play everything. In terms of like being mana efficient, but definitely in that spot, there's merit to hold back. But very very tight sequencing there from your.
Ooh, this hand is bad.
Yeah, this is a mole to four almost already, right? Typically, an elf hand wants about three lands in the opening hand, 2 to 3 lands, and then here he's gonna put a cradle back,
Right.
and then the ones will be the land drop. I think what I like here is it does seem like Yurik is doing his explanation of why he kept the hand, and I definitely recommend anybody who's trying to pick up this deck to watch this again from Yurik's viewpoint because a you get a different perspective even though it seems like he's saying a lot of things that we are saying right now, and b in the off chance we're saying different things, it's definitely worthwhile to get a few different opinions.
Found the land. Here we go.
I'd be curious here if he puts Jonathan on Sneak and Show because Jonathan does like to play that a lot. This is like a generically good hand. I think the turn one ponder suggested you're probably the that he's on Sneak and Show.
I swear, I play Jonathan every weekend, man. Every weekend.
For those who don't know, JPA 93 Jonathan Analescu is probably one of the best legacy players in the world currently. So here, pretty.
I was wondering if we were going to do that. I like
I
it.
think I like that play because I think you're behind and you have to kind of dig to your outs, and you can't kill this turn anyways, so you might as well try to set up for the next turn. And hope you get another turn, right? I am disappointed. Why is he playing this version of Crystal Brown though?
It's new. It's something he hasn't done before, but oh wow. What? That's just a concession.
Yeah, so I think at a certain point, right, it has to be either a show and tell into. Actually, it has to be sneak attack, right? Because it has to be Emrakul literally this turn, or Omniscience, because, and I don't think Jonathan plays Omniscience main deck. Um, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, as a full disclosure, Jonathan also does know Jurg, and probably gives Jurg the benefit of the doubt that Jurg knows how to finish this game, which I think is pretty straightforward from this point, right?
Oh yeah. It was just like a Shepherd activation away, you know.
Exactly.
Hand's good.
The duress paying off big time here, actually, for Jurg, right? Two straight matchups where he's brought it in.
So we just take sneak.
Yeah. Easy call here. So, a question I get a lot is why do you play duress instead of cabal therapy now? You want to take that one? Or should you want me to go deeper about why?
Yeah, Cabal Therapy was a little bit more forgiving in the Nettle build because there were more creatures. We don't have nearly the amount of creatures that Nettle does, and so as a result, the flashback value for therapy really isn't there anymore. And duress is also going to guarantee you a hit in the matchups that you care about.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, it's more so. I feel like these days in Legacy, 2022, and even since the beginning of Fire era in Legacy, right? I just don't think you can afford to miss. Is the thing, right? Like whereas before you kind of could.
Right. So that was a pretty quick game for Jonathan to get there. But this hand looks pretty decent. So
Yeah, I think that one he top deck real well, but Sneak and Show does do that, and I don't think there's really anything you did wrong there. It just didn't work out right.
yeah, it was unfortunate how that had to go down.
Like even if the duress was Thoughtseize, I would still take Sneak Attack there. It's just happened that Jonathan had the redundant Sneak Attack.
Force of will pitching show and tell. That's a good sign.
Yep, that means they're trying to protect the combo in their hand.
I think this collector of will probably be relevant.
Ooh.
That was almost scary. It's a good thing that Jurg had a fucking basic forest in hand.
That was very clutch because I was actually thinking I was like I wonder if Jonathan brought in Blood Moon because what was I gonna say? I wonder if Jonathan brought in Blood Moon because I feel like they know we might have Caracas. Actually, we should have Caracas. Oh.
And they get to fire off the Thoughtseize. Love it.
Yeah, it is super clutch here.
Wow. Took the show and tell. Jonathan's just on mountains, too. That's not great.
I actually love our spot from here because Jonathan is, like you said, just on mountains. And I don't think Jonathan's going to beat us fair.
I wouldn't have done that. That block looked pretty sketchy to me.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I'm surprised Yurk took that block there because not only is Jonathan shut off of red, sorry, of blue, we have the Reclaimer for the second force, too. And the Birch Lore. So I kind of disagree with that, but I will.
I would love. I'm definitely gonna go back and listen to him on that. He might. Oh,
We could see what Yurik says. I do think we kind of had Jonathan soft locked, so I probably would not have done the play that Yurik made.
but that's still dub anyway because he's just gonna go get Cradle and
Mm-hmm.
Shepherd thing.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is maybe from Yurik's perspective is like, oh, if I stick a Reclaimer and get Caracas, maybe I can't lose anyways. That's the only thing I can think of.
Oh boy, more chess guy.
So yeah, for those who don't know, this player was one of the top 8 contestants in Sunday's challenge. Kind of a sketch 6, but I think I would keep. It would be better if obviously the Arbor were another card, like a natural order or even an elf.
Zenith for 0. You gotta, right?
I think given the fact that we drew the Visionary, then yes. If we had not drawn the Visionary, I probably would not have. Because I don't like hands without payoffs otherwise, unless we're like, we have to go fast. Oh, interesting. That's an aggressive force.
Pitching Dress down, huh? That's an interesting main deck card to have in Jeskai, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too. I haven't seen it too much, but I have seen it, though not lately. Just out notably very good against the Thassa's Oracle decks. I think here I would just slam Visionary, right? Especially.
Oh,
With
yeah.
Yeah.
Just grab Bayou, yep.
Bayou is to play, I guess, into a top deck Gris is the logic.
Just in case, yeah. I think it's totally safe.
Yeah. We do have a lot of lands. If they want to play back to basics, I think that's something we allow them to.
We have Besaju to clean up a back to basics if it's really hurting us.
Right. Something I'd like to happen one day is see a back to basics hurt our opponent more than hurt us. Doesn't happen. I don't think I've ever actually had that happen to me.
Revealed verdict? That's cheating.
What about you? Have you had a back to basics backfire on your opponent?
Oh yeah, it's happened before.
I'm in the same boat as David here, Decent, where I've seen Blood Moon backfire. Back to basics, not so much. Looks like a grist is coming down. They're gonna nine us, yeah. Solid. Ooh, I don't know about that.
Taking out the Narset?
No, no, no. The pitch. I think I would have pitched the Visionary.
Oh yeah, that's kind of weird.
The only thing I can think is maybe in Yurg's mind, he has enough mana already and doesn't need Red Sword. That's the only reason.
That might be it. Yeah, and if Visionary eats a removal spell, at least he has his backup copy. I don't know.
Shout out to Lawrence here in the chat. I don't know if you know Lawrence Harmon Curran, but he is the person who played Bob's in Grixis Delver before, and then it was the predecessor essentially to one of our biggest nightmares in Dreadhorde being in Delver. So kudos to Lawrence, or if you hate Dreadhorde, then maybe ban Lawrence, right? But big shout out to Lawrence, and then I don't know if you know Lawrence at all or not, but uh, one of the big innovators, I would say, in Legacy Delver.
Oh yeah, I've definitely heard of Lawrence. Legendary Lawrence. What is up?
Yeah, so what Lawrence is referring to here is the I guess the precursor, and then eventually what became Delver incorporating Dreadhorde Arcanus in Legacy Delver. Also, as far as I know, Lawrence was also the first person who played Oko in Delver. This is Lawrence Hardman. I think his username on Moto is like I am a lawyer or something like that, or I forget what it's called. Something along those lines. But yeah, thanks for the props, Lawrence. So here we have to take the Narset off the board, and then we can pop off.
Might just use Grist to do it. Nah, just gonna combat it. That's fine.
I agree with combat here. Like, I something I think people don't realize about elves is being a creature deck should be an advantage. Like, and one of the advantages of being a creature deck is you can take planeswalkers off the board without actually having to play removal, right? Like, I do not like having to waste removal on walkers when they already got value, right?
Makes sense to me.
For sure, yeah. I definitely see what Lawrence is saying, and that would force the Grist to minus because, especially if they're on the combo version, yeah, you indirectly take the Grist off the board, right? Instead of uh, possibly Lawrence. I would check. I didn't look closely, but yeah, they did brainstorm beforehand.
I don't see a fetch, so I think they are locked.
Yeah, missing land drops also not where you want to be, right? Uh, and we know that more than anybody else because ever since the addition of Reclaimer, this deck. Actually, you told me this yourself, Curran. You can probably talk a little bit more about this, but this deck is extremely mana hungry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You want to be making your land drops with this deck as much as possible. Also, oh god, what was I gonna say there? I just wanted to note in that last game that your Drew Progenitus again, and that makes me feel more and more comfortable about not playing it main. But
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think in a I think in a metagame where Delver is the most popular deck, I don't want to actually lose to ourselves. And I think one of the strengths of our version is uh, we're pretty difficult, in my opinion, to hate out. Obviously, less difficult than Delver, but I would say more than most decks. Like we can't be hated out the way that 8 cast or these some of these graveyard decks can be, right? Like I think people don't realize how much resilience this build has, and playing engineer is often just by itself not good enough.
Absolutely.
Like something a conversation. I don't know if you talked to Jax at all, Curran, but he has played or well, he's played mostly our version in the past, but he has friends who play the Neto version. And I know the big breakout for our deck, in terms of at least popularity, was after Eternal Weekend, and then there was a lot of hate afterwards, and a lot of Elf decks saw play both ours and the Neto version, and he noticed a lot of his friends. He said had a very difficult time playing through the hate, and our version it can be hated out, but it's not as easy as people think. Would you agree with that
Yeah,
assessment?
I would definitely agree with that. I think they need multiple tools to truly shut us down. There isn't like a one card that puts us into oblivion anymore because of how versatile the deck is designed.
Yeah, even the card that I think that was most annoying to play around before, which is probably Tabernacle. I think we've actually over time have learned to play through it now, and also it's nice to have the printing of Baseju too, right? Like so, there's that.
Oh god, Beseju was such a cool send. What a cool card to print for us. I appreciated it.
It's funny too because I was mentioning to Inigo before. Also, shout out to Julian who was big on elves. I think before I played it on Moto, um, but I think the big thing what was I gonna say? What did Inigo mention to me? Now I forgot. Okay, if I remember or remind me, forgot what I was gonna say. Something about Beseju. Yeah, I think when Reclaimer got first printed, Lawrence, I tried to build without natural order and just crop rotation and then just like one depths and one stage, because I remember at the time like people thought Dark Depths was like the best one of the best decks in the format. That deck was pretty sweet, but one issue without having natural order is natural order is quite good against some of these rogue decks where you just don't want to find out. I joke with Ego what their deck does, right? Like you just want to kill them before it matters. And then natural order is the best way of doing that. And also, I found like the deck I built could not beat a Blood Moon, as most depths players will know.
Chaos Elves was sick for its time. I did play that a little bit. Ren's Run Packmaster was the shit back in the day. And also like the Shaman of the Pack as a one of, and some other fun stuff. The
Did you play
Chaos
all of
Elves,
those mid range targets?
I did, yeah. It
Wow.
was when Julian was test. So yeah, I mean like this turning into a reclaimer player eventually didn't surprise me because I did like the concept of Chaos Elves, but I didn't think it was more powerful than just full combo for that meta game at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and so I mean, like I'm a little bit surprised that I switched off Nettle after like nearly a decade of playing it, but also I'm kind of not surprised because I always appreciated the idea of a resilient elves deck but still able to maintain its combo.
Mm-hmm. So did our opponent have a dress down there? I wonder why Yer didn't play another visionary.
Yes, they did have two turns in a row where they just flashed and dressed down in response to Visionary.
Gotcha, got okay. I was wondering what happened there. I think for the sake of efficiency, I would have been tempted to run out the Shepherd though. But that's me. Yeah, so that's the thing, right, Lawrence? Like, I got a lot of pushback when cut Nano Sentinel from the deck. And I always felt like the card was kind of win more. Obviously, it's like great if the format is extended, right? You can win a pro tour with it, but the power level of extended cards at the time were different, and I do think in a age of legacy, you don't need a card like Nettle, in my opinion at least, when you can just play cards that are individually strong. The irony was, and just Curran can kind of attest to this a little bit. The biggest pushback came from a user, ironically, with the name NetOnSettle.
Oh yeah, yeah. Battle Sentinel was very vocal, and yeah.
We'll leave it at
Ooh,
that. Thank you for the
man,
follow, Andreas Rosen.
probably take Narset here, right? Come on, you wanna just take the Narset.
I think you take the Narset here. I don't think you care about
That
the.
away.
I don't think you care about dress down.
This Timeless Dragon's looking to end the game though.
I know. Yeah, I mean the main combo engine for what it's worth, Lawrence, is still around, which is just Glimpse plus Heritage. It just means that you have to be tighter now in your Glimpse chains, and you technically don't draw your deck most of the time. You still can, but it's more difficult. So I think Yurg is probably kicking himself. I think if it were me, I probably would have ran that Shepherd out for the sake of mana efficiency. Because we can only take one more attack from Timeless Dragon, anyways. Yeah. So Lawrence is saying value glimpse. There's not many decks that can beat draw 5 or whatever instead of draw 20 or
While
10.
amassing a board in the process, right? Like you're getting the cards and you're getting the board presence.
Exactly. Also, even though most so that's the other misconception, right? Would you say this is accurate? Like, if you play tighter, and then I know you said you have been, and evident by your top 8 as well, Kieran. Don't you agree? Once you clean the some of the sloppiness that comes from missequencing from a glimpse chain, the kill on the same turn is actually more likely than people realize.
Yeah, I would definitely say that again. There are turns, there are games where you won't get there in the same turn, but it happens more often than you'd think. What happened here? Did we win?
No, you're a gloss.
Oh no!
So the timeless
Sad.
dragon went the distance, which is a pretty fast clock, right? Like,
Yeah, it's pretty fast clock, but oh, I forgot that we're going to game 3.
yeah. So
That's
it
good.
seems like you're probably won game 3 then. I would guess. I actually maybe, or unless this was his one loss, it's possible.
The 6 is a little scary, but not the worst,
Let's
right?
see.
Because
He
you get
rolled
the
a 6. What was
visionary,
his
and
7?
it wasn't great from what I recall.
Usually, I think this pilot is on Delver before, right? Unless I'm just misremembering.
I'm not actually sure if the opponent plays Delver often or not.
Okay, yeah, I felt like they were, but I could be wrong.
Hmm. But the rest looks pretty sweet.
One thing I did find myself, and I don't know if your experiences are the same. When it finally clicked for me playing Reclaimer, I noticed my sequencing got a lot cleaner, especially during Glimpse turn, just because you don't have that safety net, so to speak. So it's kind of like you either have to sequence correctly or you're gonna lose, right? Like, so you just learn to sequence correctly.
I'm kind of surprised that we saw the glimpse fire off here. I think that was a little bit early, but it's not that bad.
I think I probably would have led with the duress if it were me. The only thing I can think of is maybe he's trying to play around the Narset, but I personally don't. I think, yeah, I think not finding the duress there might have hurt him.
Well, at least he's not going to get Days Undoing here.
Yeah, but opponent might not have had even the Narset in the first place, right? Yeah, but that's just me. I am secretly a swamp mage. I love casting discard spells.
Shepard's going to get... Oh, wait, no, there's a Shark Typhoon up right now.
Yeah, see, I think you get punished here for not duressing, right? Like, especially with the Shark Typhoon
Oh, there's no
protecting
counter magic. Duh. Just get...
protecting the Narset, right? So they're gonna trade with the. Yeah, this is pretty much rock control, right? The difference is we're not playing Veteran Restore. We're just playing Gaia's Cradle or Reclaimer for Gaia's Cradle.
Ooh, I thought that was going to be a Supreme Verdict there.
Yeah, I thought there was a chance that was gonna be the case too. I think this Progenitor is gonna go the distance, but I could be wrong.
I think it will, because all Yerk has to do at this point is just play a couple creatures down
Yeah.
to make sure that we have efficient blockers.
So notably, Yerg here played the Visionary because he wants to dig for another discard spell. It can take potentially a cantrip. Our opponent has also used, I think, a few dress downs, but I could be wrong.
Opponent hasn't cast a dress down this game yet. Feels like there's a lot of ways Progenitus could go away, but
Yeah, I think it would have to be the dress down because of the mentor blockers. But we'll see. Okay, that doesn't do anything.
it's a little weird.
Hey, Sadra, we actually haven't played any matches. We're just reviewing some matches from Curran's top 8 and Yurg's top 8. So I don't know what's going on, but the game's over. Have you ever been submerged by a control player? It's the worst feeling.
I have not personally, just by tempo players.
I've had it happen, I think, once or twice, and I was just thinking of how ways Yuri can lose here. Maybe like dress down into submerge, but obviously the mentor on the other side is lethal. But if they get another turn, but that's felt really bad. It's our most dreaded matchup.
Oh god.
Even on our review streams, we still run into Tony.
Tony, why do you haunt me?
For those of you who are new to the stream, this is literally our worst matchup. And for some reason, I keep playing against Tony.
Get him, Yerg!
Top deck Cradle is what we need, assuming we even get another turn. I don't think we are, though. No, we're not. Pretty sure this is Jurg's loss, looking at the matchup profile. Low key, though, Tony's deck is really good, in my opinion. Obviously, we don't have as much disruption, but I do think it's probably underplayed.
Punished for not registering one Mind Break trap.
think you take the Birch Lore here. Yeah.
Oh god.
Why?
2 gambles and 2 LEDs? Like,
I
what do
think
you
you take the
even
pedal when you try to high roll.
take the Bergie?
You think you take the Bergie?
Nah,
I
take
think
the
you take the
pedal.
pedal and you just pray.
Pedal. Pedal. Defeat.
Yeah, okay. That C's is actually quite the top deck, though.
You could probably go after Bergie now, right?
Yeah, I think you have to take the Bergie now. Or the Relay. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know if I would play it personally, but I think if you like these kind of non-interactive decks, I think this deck is probably one of the better ones. Referring to Sea Woj. Okay, so you're got there. I don't know about playing the Wirewood there, but I think I would have played it safe. What do you think? With the discard spell?
I think it was fine. He knew that, like, he wasn't gonna do much damage with that discard spell
Mm.
based on that hand, so I don't mind that play.
Interesting play by Jurg there. I probably hit the Grim Monolith with the Force of Vigor because of Metalcraft. And also because I don't want to see another Wirewood, right? Not that it matters.
I mean, you would have gotten the mana of Grim Monolith regardless.
No, I mean in case Tony plays out Mox Opal, right? It could matter. But yeah,
Alright, so that was the loss.
yeah, that was a loss. I'm not surprised. I've seen the matchup now. So Seawold, you're forgetting one discard spell here. Actually, no Dark Ritual, but Elves plays dark discard spells and a pseudo Dark Ritual in Cradle as well. How do you feel about this matchup, by the way?
This matchup, it's scary, but it's totally raceable, I think, you know?
It's the variance of anything else that scares me.
See, if he was playing our build, he could have at least tried to Once Upon a Time into an Endurance there to prevent the Vengevine,
Sure, sure.
and the Anger, which would have bought him some time, but he
Mm.
didn't do that, so.
So he conceded here. Um, I
Didn't even fire off Once Upon a Time? Was he trying to hide what deck he was on,
I
maybe?
feel like you're might have prematurely conceded. Don't get me wrong. I think he's like up against it, but I don't think you are 100% dead from the spot.
I didn't mind that concession.
Actually, they had a Ravager in play, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
yeah,
it
he's
had
probably dead. This is one hell of a hand,
wow,
though.
Leyline on the opposing side
What is going on? Don't tell me they boarded into like the helm combo. That makes no sense to me. What do you think is going on the other side with Leyline?
I I couldn't tell you, friend. I have no idea what the heck that is.
Feels like our opponent misboarded. Oh, I think I know why. Wow, this is respect for Reclaimer. I think they. I
Oh,
played.
they might know that 3-4 is our best way to interact with them.
That is such respect for Reclaimer, Jesus. But it makes sense because I paired against this player before, and they just could not beat a Reclaimer.
I do like this natural order just coming off next turn and winning the game, so.
For sure, for sure. This is an easy mode here, right? Not to
Oh, wow.
mention.
Flash of endurance and that's it? Wow. Opponent was scared.
To be fair, Curran, I think the game was probably over anyways.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Endurance is a nightmare for them to deal with. Any 3-4, really. I think you earmarked the glimpse of nature as pitch here. Mm.
Alright, I'm not gonna lie to you. I downed some NyQuil not too long ago, and I'm falling asleep a little bit here, so I might just tap out right now.
Okay, no worries, no worries.
But
What?
I really wanted to thank you again for having me for the challenge review and everything.
No worries. Why don't we? This is probably gonna end quickly. You want this to be the last match, and then I can probably just stream some matches.
Yeah.
Also, big shout out again. Thanks for coming on, and congratulations again for a well deserved, well played. Honestly, like from top to bottom, top eight
Thank you.
run, and not maybe top eight, but semi actually finals run on Saturday.
Yeah, it feels good. I will say this as well, because I'm not going to be at work this week due to COVID. I do plan on actually streaming Saturday's challenge in addition to Sunday's challenge this week.
Sick.
So hopefully we can get a little something on live stream.
Nice. Yeah. Why don't you post your Twitch account here again for the audience, and then I hope we see another top eight run this coming weekend. There you
There
go.
it is. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go pass out from being beat down in garbage time. So, thanks again, and we'll see you next time.
All right. Take care. So I think Jörg is gonna stabilize from here. Because I know he went X1, and I don't think a 4-4 is that scary. Wait, what? What is going on? Something is not working. No, I think the stream is broken. Okay, we'll stop there. I can tell how I can already tell how that's gonna play out. You're gonna put a bunch of trump blocks on board, and then opponent's not gonna be able to get through for the last point. I think it's quite obvious how that game plays out there. Unfortunately, it looks like moto replays are broken, so we can't see that actually happen. But if I were to guess, yeah, Jörg plays the visionary, blocks, and then pops off for a glimpse that eventually opponent cannot play through, right? Because there's too many chump blocks. And then natural order wins the game. So I know I oversimplified it a little bit, but I can say with high confidence, I think that's how it plays out. All right. With that said, I will. Oops. What is going on? Why is my mouse? Okay, I know why. My mouse is low on battery right now, so I'm gonna replace that. I will be right back. Alright, mouse is working. Success. I will fire up the stream then. Alright, we will put this to the side and put the BRB screen real quick. And we are back. Can I still stream?
Yeah.
Oh.
I killed both flies.
Oh, thank you. My wife is the real MVP. She just killed both flies that were, plaguing me earlier. These plague engineers don't plague me, but apparently these flies do. What was this? I'm on the hit the train also. Okay. Hit the hay train, sure. Thanks, DC. Thanks for coming by. So here is the list. This is more or less, this is the exact list actually that our guest Curran, Testacular, played on last Saturday. Jurg's list, he adjusted a little bit for Sunday because of the expectation of Death Shadow, but I think if you do expect Death Shadow, I probably would lean towards Trophy, but I do think this is the best for our deck though. If Delver weren't a thing, I think Snuff Out has some merit, but I think because Delver is the most popular deck, the Shriek Mauls are probably the best option at the moment. I do think it's like a three-way race. Excuse me. A three-way race for the best removal between Snuff Out, Shriek Maul, and Assassin Trophy. I knew somebody was gonna ask me about the list that Ethan posted on our Discord. It notably moves all the natural orders to the sideboard. At this time, I will not comment on that list. Is all I have to say. There were some interesting choices. I'll put it that way. All right. I think I'm gonna take a quick 1-minute break to get some water and use the restroom before we start. But oops, wrong one. I think we can afford to start. There is a reason why I didn't respond, Sadra. I'll put it that way. Alright, here's a list, and I'll be right back in a minute. I'm starting to leak now. Curran wasn't feeling well because of the COVID, so he popped off. Alright, I am back. I was reminded. I made this for my Patreon, but I'll just share it here. It's not a big deal. Here's the spreadsheet I created with regards to removal. Oops, I don't need a headphone. What am I doing? Alright, so here's this removal chart, so to speak, that I made for my Patreon. It just, I think I sent it out like a few days ago, whatever it was. More like 4 days ago, whatever. But here's what I consider replayable in Legacy Elf as removal at the moment. And there's like pros and cons of all of these cards. I really don't think this card is playable at the moment, but I just included Run Afoul for completeness. I really think it's really these three cards, and really these two. It's like, do you want to be the best against Delver, which is probably play Shrigmaw, or do you want to play the most inherently broken card, which is Snuff Out, and then the kind of balance in between, so to speak, right, which is Assassin Trophy. I don't really think Run Afoul is very good at the moment. Obviously, these two have holes in that they cannot target black creatures, but there's an argument to be made you don't actually need to. Like, you can actually deal with, the Death Shadow or the Plague Engineers. The Assassin's Trophy has the upside of hitting lands. The reason why Cut is already out, in my opinion, is because I don't think it's better than Assassin's Trophy or Shriek Maw. Namely, the reason why we played Murderous Cut in the first place was because it was an alternative to Snuff Out that is better against Delver. But if we want to just be better against Delver, in my opinion, we could just play Shriek Maw. So I listed it here under Assassin's Trophy, but I think the combination of Shriek Maw and Assassin's Trophy now makes Murderous Cut kind of not necessary. And then the most broken of the bunch is Snuff Out, but it tends to be bad against Delver, right? Like, or can be bad against Delver. I think if you are okay with the Delver matchup and you don't need the extra help, I think Snuff Out is probably the best card. It's that has the highest ceiling, right? Like, it's 0 mana, destroy target reclaimer. All right. With that said, I listed a few other options here as well that are not quite playable because of these cards. Also, Fatal Push would be a thing if it weren't for Murktide Regent. I said here that I think it's like soft banned at the moment. Abrupt Decay, however, I don't think is ever coming back in Elves. Because of a Seiju and Assassin's Trophy. There's another fly here.
There is?
Yeah, just flew.
3 then. There must be some penalty.
Alright, with that said, I guess I will start the league. So, oh, actually, let's bring up the sideboard map in case we need it. Aha. So I'm playing the exact list we played last week till 5-0 on stream. Also, the exact list that Curran top 8 with. Obviously, the one iffy card is Mind Break Trap, but it does do things. And full disclosure, I have not played a game of Magic online. Oh my god! Of course, it wouldn't be a stream without the aforementioned Tony Scapone. Man. Do we care? I think we just... Not great. Mulligan? I don't think this is getting there. I'm just gonna mulligan more aggressively. See where it gets us. Okay, there we go. That's like more keepable. Do we... Okay, let's do it this way. So I'm having a chat with Tony about how this is literally our first match of the night, and somehow we're once again haunted by his deck. Badlands? Oh, maybe it's Reanimator. Huh. Alright. The good thing is, you know, we just kind of play out our cards and... I'd be your first opponent. Possible. This card is interesting. Could be a new list. Alright, we just have to, like, pray now, right? I don't expect to be Tony. I'm already, in my mind, 0-1. It looks like it's TES, to be honest. Well, does TES run a grid monolith? Actually, it doesn't run Thoughtseize either. I don't know what's going on. I do not know what's going on. Two basic islands. Interesting. Maybe it's like a dedicated Peer into the Abyss deck. That's the only thing I can think of. Obviously, I'm most of this is just joking because uh, Tony is a friend of the stream and has rated me a few times before. I just joke because it seems like we do play at the same time, so I do pair into Tony a lot. Is the backstory, right? Shields are down. We're probably 99% chance dead. Can't imagine we win through a pure. But okay, there it is. All right. We'll concede from here. Make it easy on Tony so he doesn't click through all of them. Time to sideboard. So I think here we want potentially the Force of Vigor. The crop seems good, and some of the anti-combo nonsense, right? Alright, I feel like they're not gonna be reliant on graveyard. Okay, what did she say? Alright, so let's board it correctly. My guess is he's not relying on the graveyard, so I'm just gonna assume that. I can change if need be, but hey Mike, how's it going? Uh, Thank you for the follow, Nakishrin. I think he probably will. Well, we'll see. We are playing Tony as ironic as that sounds, again as the first match of the night. I don't feel great about this matchup, but you know, you just kind of have to pray, right? Like, for what it's worth, ooh. Oh, I just killed a fly, Judy.
You did?
Yeah.
Let me get it.
Yeah, I did.
I'll get it. Where is it, on your hand?
No, it's on the floor now.
Where?
On the floor. I think here I probably mulligan to hate, right? Like, this doesn't do anything. This does. We have to live to turn 2, but I think we can. So, oops, wrong one. Cancel. Do that. I know, right? This is already a win. There's a fly plaguing me earlier, and then we just killed it. My wife killed one earlier, so it's like a big win for us now. So after this game, I will probably have to wash my hands real quickly and clean off the little residue on my monitor that I just killed the fly. Oh my god, we're gonna be dead turn 1. Unfortunate. I thought we were gonna get a second turn here. Huh? think the question here is if he's thinking about Mind Break Trap. That's the only thing. Okay, so this is an ant. Looks like it's ant with the artifact mana base. Oh my god, Jesus. Nothing we could have done. Like, I have to turn 2 oof, but I don't think we can pass up that. I don't think it's like discard or bust, right? Awkwardly, the crop rotation here is hurting us, right? Because that could have been the duress or the mind break trap. But I kind of like the crop rotation in the other matchups, like against Reanimator or, excuse me, or against the Marilage decks. Did he reveal a win condition? I need to look. I think he did. Actually, yeah, reveals Infernal Tutor, so we're just dead. Alright, I'll auto yield now. While I clean. Alright, there we go. Alright, I will give me 30 seconds to clean up this thing. I'm OCD, so it's gonna bother me. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that delay. Quick O2 here to, well, if TEG is the epic, or the, change modification of the epic epic storm, or what we call this version. They take the ant mana base and is cutting Cabal Ritual, looks like, for the Tony was playing essentially a modified version of Ant with Grim Monoliths instead of Cabal Ritual to play around the graveyard. So essentially doing what he did with the Epic Storm to the and made it the Epic Gamble, but doing that to Ant. So I guess you can call it I don't know, it's Ad Nauseam Tendrils. Matt Ole. Keep. Okay, so sure. So I think if we call it Ad Nauseam Tendrils, we can just call it Monolith Mat, right? I don't think they run days. I think we just lead with this and see. Come on. I don't think so. I didn't see anything besides maybe Brainstorm. We got it out of the way, right? The tried and true automatic loss. Hey Tony, how's it going? We got our auto loss out of the way for our league already. I think here we go that into probably the collective because it has text. And then I don't. Do we even care? I feel like we do. I don't think we care. Alright, they want to block, they can, I guess. It's more cards for the thing to win through. Yeah, go for it, Tony. For sure. No, I'm sure people will be curious what you were playing because I mentioned on stream just now that it looked like you were doing to and what you had done to what is it called? It looked like you were doing to Ant what you had done to Tess, right? TES. Uh-oh. Oh, it's Ice Fang, I think. Oh my god, alright. I just played this deck and then I forgot they run like these flash creatures. So that's bad on my behalf. I should have bounced. I'm like playing so sloppy right now. Ugh. Yeah, I'm playing really sloppy right now. That's a good point, Mike. I'm just hoping my mistake here doesn't cost me and that Mats will win anyways. But it doesn't look like that's gonna be the case. Like I threw like 20 waves right now. Like not bouncing the wirewood there was exceedingly bad. Okay, so that makes me feel better. There's 2 cards left. And then he had the Hermit up to protect, for what it's worth. So we can draw just to see what the next card is, but yeah. Alright, so I think we brought in the Force of Vigors here. I think we want the speed from the crop rotations. Endurance doesn't seem great to me, honestly. I think Seize is quite good. I don't think I want Shriek Maw or anything like that. Collector Oof. Probably. Don't think we want to bog. What else? I think this matchup is about speed. Close. Yeah, I gave you a plug earlier, Tony. You can catch it later if you want, but I essentially mentioned that I think your deck, the Epic Gamble, is probably one of the more underplayed decks in Legacy, only because of how powerful it is and compared to its contemporaries, right? Like some of the other decks, like I think it's pretty consistent and does have game even in some of the harder matchups. Mm, do I care about any of these cards? No. Like, I think it has the speed of Belcher, but not nearly as vulnerable. Is what I'm getting at. Maybe a slightly slower than Belcher, but my point is it's very strong in my opinion. I think we go like turn one C's. Take the shift, I guess. I think here we're gonna want to go Reclaimer into Birchlore into something. Um, they are very far away from what's it called, Thought Lash shenanigans too. So, all right, that's a good draw. So yeah, pretty straightforward lines here. Mats did not shuffle. Thought Lash, Mike. Yeah. I assume it's gonna be relevant, but we'll see. It's like nervous for me to attack in. Actually, I should have bashed with both. Didn't think about it. So it was a free attack. Could matter, but we'll see. Sweet. I'm just bitter you added monoliths. Those things are not cheap, yeah? So what got cut, Tony, for the Overmasters? I don't even know. Sure. Notably, Mats kept off Ponder, so that is... Well, did they shuffle? Brainstorm shuffle, nothing. Alright. Alright, so there we go. I think here... Ooh, that's very good. I think we do that. Actually, cancel. I screwed that up. I had extra mana and didn't like tap correctly. I should have like... Okay, now I'm mad at myself. I don't think it matters, but... I lost a cradle for no reason, but I don't think it matters. This could be a thought lash here. Sure. I think here we're just gonna do this and then force that through. So yeah, the force of figure doing work there. We thought this could play out the way it did, and thankfully it did. I think. Do we care about any of the other stuff? I feel like probably not. Um. Yeah, I think we just run it back. Probably only one lead tonight, only because we already did the review and whatnot, right? Keep. No. Actually, we probably do fetch here. I think here we want the. This one's tough actually. I feel like we probably want the reclaimer. Narset and then shift. I think we just take the shift. They could technically go Oracle and kill us. That's why. Ponder's gone. Could even take the Narset here if we really wanted to. Shuffle, sure. I don't think their list plays days. I don't think it can afford to. Just blast this out and see what happens. Okay, there's another shift and there's a model the mixture. Interesting. I think we just take the shift now. And then I think we reclaimer. We don't have a payoff notably, so I'm probably gonna save the green sun. We have notably a counter spell, but I feel like they're gonna tutor here. Muddle is actually kind of cool because it can find Oracle too. Sure. Thought lash. All right. Good to know, I guess. Hmm. actually cancel. It could be an emergency thought last year, but we'll see. Okay, looks like that's what it was. Notably, if they had the that's not true. I was gonna say notably they could have left that up, but it's not quite true. Let's do it this way. I think there's a chance we're dead, but I think we have to try. So we're on F6. Mats knows our hand. If the Sheldon saw a actually no, he has the muddle the mixture, so I think it's just over. Yeah. All right. This matchup feels not quite high star. We still lost, right? We took the shift, but maybe I feel like the shell dog is pretty dangerous. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I thought about taking the muddle of the mixture because it could be anything, but it's okay. I don't think I really. Force of Fingers obviously helps in this matchup, but we didn't draw it. We did draw the discard. I forgot what we took. We took the shift, and they had another one. I think we took the shift again, if I recall correctly. There is some. Actually, there is some argument. To look. For taking the muddle the mixture actually. I'll have to look again. I think the first seas of the game, you probably take the shift because you just died, right? Otherwise, well, let me see. They shift and then. Actually, hold on. If they shift there, we can just play more discard spells, but it's a little bit dangerous. Yeah, I think there's a chance that we just take the Brogan. I think they're on Doomsday. Hey Mats, how's it going? the second time around. I thought that you didn't have the devotion, but I could be wrong. The second time around, the first time around, I felt like yeah, that was probably correct to take the shift. Second time around, I wasn't sure. I have to look at it again, but I'll take your word for it since you play the deck. Looks like from your perspective, at least what you saw, maybe we played it correctly. Yeah, we get one more turn, right? Like the second time around though, I had to look how many cards were in the yard. It felt like maybe we take a Boseiju here actually. Yeah, the problem was we needed a faster clock, or like your hand was like very redundant. Okay, they are not on Doomsday, I guess. Muddle gives you more time regardless. That's accurate. I think here I just want to like lead with Glimpse the following turn. But Matt's commentary does make me feel better that it sounds like we made the right play. So something I know people will be tempted to do is hit the library with the Boseiju. I don't know about ramping our opponent and just like time walking ourselves. I think we fire off the Glimpse here. I want a natural order next turn anyways, so that's... What the heck is going on? You could always game. I didn't have Oracle. But then you kind of do that game and take Ponder turn 1, but I don't think I could have made that play. Did you have... Matt, did you have the... what's it called? The Oracle? I mean, like, there is a decent chance you don't. I'm just curious if you did or not. Not that it would change my line or whatever. Cool that you're playing Muddle, though. Yeah, so there's that too, right? Like, I think given that our hand was slow, maybe we do take that line. That you don't have it. Because we can't win quickly anyways. So that's something to consider in the future. It feels like a control deck that we're playing against. I'll board the Progenitors here. We didn't really see much. Actually, they're an Euro deck. We saw green. So I definitely think we want the Endurances. No, take out the bad cards. Yeah, you bring up a good point, Matt. Like I thought about that a little bit too about the. Do we assume that they have it or not? I think given that our hand is slow there, maybe we just assume you don't have it and we accept losing to that. Alright, I think here we're gonna play around the Wasteland and the Swords. For sure, Matt. I would agree with that. I'm just saying, like in general, before turn 1 play, like we either accept we're gonna lose to a fast hand or we don't, right? Like, and I agree. Whatever you do turn 1, unless something dramatically shifts with the top deck, I think you probably take the same line. So I do agree with that. I think here we're gonna live with the Bayou because in the event they have Wasteland, we just have them waste the Bayou. I think we play the Reclaimer now and see what they hit. Also, playing the Reclaimer means that there is a tougher decision to make. Actually, why does Mats not have mod access? That is the better question. That is the better. That's the bigger misplay. Now you should have mod access. Excuse me. Okay, interesting. Oh, okay, sure. I don't know why I didn't give it to you that one time. We will rectify a wrong there. So the fact that they have Earl means they probably don't have a sweeper and they're tapped out now. Um, we can't bog and do something crazy on this turn. Oops, cancel. So I'm not playing around sweepers now because it doesn't feel like they have it. Like based on what they played so far. I'm gonna take the Dak Faden down here. But yeah. All right, that is where we're at. Our opponent for the record was 1-3, so nothing too exciting. All right. Let's see. We can review Mats's game here real quick. We definitely we definitely deserve to lose that first game. Like we played horribly. All right. So we seize on one. I think taking the shift is fine there. Actually, maybe we cancel that for now. It revealed more. Okay. I think I think we took the right play, like Matt said. We didn't even see the. We saw the muddle, but then that's like slower. There's a chance we. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. We can. So the Narcissing the lash there was pretty big. Yeah, I think that's okay. I think we played it actually fine, the way Matt's suggested, right? Yeah, probably Strifle Pow for sure. Look like from the broken. I think the endurance probably just like locked up the game, right? Our opponents seem to have a very shaky hand, and then we're gonna be hitting for a whole bunch on the following turn. All right, so All right, finally queued up. I know we let the other one. Sorry, I was responding to the messages. I know we let the other one go by. We're playing against Gucci Gabe. Can't keep this hand. No lands. Keep. I think in the dark here we take the silver bullet away, right? I mean, we don't know what our opponent's on. Could be on something relevant, but I'm not gonna play towards that. She looks like Delver. All right. I think against Delver, this hand is like pretty reasonable. I think we're gonna just ramp turn one. And then we have options, as they say. So our losses so far were to, let's see, we're not gonna block. Do they attack here? That is the question. Oh, and Tony's Capone. Yeah, I don't mind losing to those decks. I expect to lose to Tony. I think the Mats matchup, I think we have a chance, but we just didn't draw very well, right? Well, we drew okay. They just drew better. Obviously, a matchup like that, you want the duress, but not here. But we did have the Force Vigor, to be fair, and won game 2 as a result. Our opponent is trying to figure out if we're going to block or not. They will not know. I mean, I feel like if, when in doubt, the answer is don't attack. But, yep. Alright, we're gonna vomit our hand here. That's the disrespect from these Delver players. Just did not even remove our turn 1 Dryad Arbor. It's completely disrespectful. Now they're gonna get punished, hopefully. I'm glad we did run into Delver though. I do think this matchup is quite good again. At one point, it was a little too close to call. I had a bunch of my followers contact me saying they did not feel good about this matchup, but a lot has changed. The evolution of our removal suite to adjust to the updated metagame in a post-Ragavan world has been the difference needed. Going from Assassin's Trophy to Snuff Out, to Murderous Cut, and now sure to Murderous Cut, and what did they even put? I don't even know. Murderous Cut and what am I missing? And now the Shriek Maul. So they can't attack here, obviously. Probably gonna bog him next turn. We're gonna do it on draw step. Well, yeah, just because they may want to like filter on their upkeep if they want to kill something. Yeah, let's do it now. Essentially, we're just trying to get this game into the mid game, and then eventually draw like a natural order or something. the bog probably just bought us a good amount of time. If we had a protected kill, like there is some merit to just like tapping out for Cradle, but I think we need to buy a little bit of time. Like Bog, what it does in this matchup is allows for pacing, and we we're granted like the ability to control how fast we want to play this matchup, and in most cases, probably want to slow down the matchup, right? What is going on here? So just randomly throwing cards into the yard. So they have flying now. That's annoying. On the bright side, yeah, that's quite annoying. I think there's merit actually, if I had to do it again, because they have two threats already. Like, what are you gonna do? Put another threat on the board? I think there's merit to just getting the whatever there. The cradle. Actually, yeah, I think I actually in hindsight would play it differently. They still have a Murktide here too, which is the crazy part. So worst of all worlds here, right? Hmm. Yeah, it is definitely stupid. That's for sure. Question here is, we're gonna go down to virtual 8. It's just, do we want to fetch or not? I feel like it could matter. For what it's worth, I do think we probably punted. Like we could have killed the Murktide, but I think the DRC is more problematic than anything else. Our opponent is playing so slow though. Jesus. I don't really understand. So here we're gonna go to 7 or 1. I mean, we'll see. They're probably digging for a bolt, I would imagine. Yeah, big time regret not getting the cradle the previous turn. I think it cost us here, but maybe we'll play tight enough to get back games 2 and 3 if we do lose. Oh, there's that. They're going for it. If nothing else. All right, so they got it. Jesus, that is kind of insane. Not sure it would have mattered here. Jesus Christ. It's kind of insane to me that they just like tap out and do nothing and not respect the turn one arbor. Which is why I like keeping parts of the combo plan in because we have to be able to punish these kind of lines. But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous to me that they just don't respect the that line, and we can't. Unfortunately, in this situation, can't punish it. But we did also. I think if I were to do it again, given that they have two DRCs out and we can't stop the graveyard hemorrhaging, so to speak, probably just get the Cradle and just play for a combo turn. Yeah. It's kind of ridiculous, but whatever. Alright. Let's just try to win both post board games. It's gonna be definitely hard. Also, our opponent is playing, let's just say, behind us on clock here. Which tilts me, but it is what it is. Yeah, I think the misplay there was not getting the Cradle and being able to threaten a kill earlier. Yeah, I think that's most people's frustrations with Delver, right? Like, I personally think like the deck's not even that great. It's just like it's so mindless sometimes. Like the decisions between right and wrong in terms of like a scale from 1 to 10. Let's just say 1 is like the worst decision you can make, and 10 is like the best decision you make. I feel like there's not that much difference between making like a decision on the scale of like a 5 and a 10. Obviously, a 1 and a 10 is a huge difference, but a lot of times you don't get punished, right, for making the suboptimal play. And then we were not able to, unfortunately, punish that double DRC start. That, in my opinion, they probably should remove our turn one play. Right. So enough of that. Let's just try to win the. Oh my god. Oh man. Don't feel good about this. So we're probably gonna lose this match now. I don't think we can mold a hand though. Yeah, I don't really understand our opponent's plays here. What was our record? 0-1. We're gonna walk into days because I don't think we actually care. We kind of want them to daze us. It probably means they have a sweeper or they have a removal spell end step. I think our opponent is gonna think about removal on the arbor. Interesting. This line means that we can still attack. It's like how much I want to commit to the board, right? I don't think I'm committing more than this, which is, if they sweep here, it's 2 for 1, which I can live with. It kind of feels like they have a Murktide in their hand. And that they just want to get to turn whatever it is and play it. This can happen though, where like, this is why you don't want to be down a game. Where you just like have to keep a hand that you don't really want to keep. Yeah, that kind of felt like a Murktide coming to me. Okay. Shoot. Well, we can't play around sweepers anymore, unfortunately. Possible it's our fault for mulliganing as well, but you just hope you. Oh my god. You just hope you draw well. This does happen. We don't have brainstorm to fix our hands, so sometimes you just do draw some of your weaker hands. Holy shoot, they even have that. Jesus. I think I know who this player is. They're on an all account. Sometimes you can tell based on the way that they play. It kind of gives away. Yeah, for sure. Unbanned mental misstep. Oh my god, another one. Okay. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'd be curious what they lost in round 1. Yeah, the big takeaway I think was given that they had the two DRCs, they were able to play through our bog. I think going forward, if that's the case, and we're gonna not be able to stop their graveyard anyways, might as well play offense. Like I think this game two here, we were priced into keeping that hand, and we they had one of their better hands. Well, it was like above average, I would say, or average. We had a below average hand, and then I think the big takeaway is game one where like um, if they have two DRCs out, we probably don't bog, and I think the correct line instead is just to get the Cradle to put pressure. Yeah, actually, I mentioned this before. One of the worst things to happen to elves was the banning of Ragavan because you have a card that's like not very good against elves, but the Delver players were like insistent on playing to win the mirror, so to speak, or have more free wins. That actually was one of the reasons why the elf win rate went down against Delver because of the banning. It turns out, Delver of Secrets is much better against elves or flying tribal than what is it called than this is an ant player. Mulligan. Than Ragavan is. I think we keep this. We have ramp and we're on the play. They most likely will turn one Thoughtseize us, but our hand is somewhat resilient against Seas. I didn't keep the first hand because it was very what is the word I'm looking for? It was very slow. I think personally, the scariest card out. Oops, cancel. Wrong one. I know it's been. I don't want to talk about bans too much, but I know it's been mentioned like which card to hit if there were a ban. From an elf perspective, I think the scariest card, honestly, is DRC, and the reason because you can't really stop it, right? Like it's not the first. It's like future Murktides too. Yeah, I think most people will agree. Lands probably has the best matchup against fair decks, like overall. Instead of like a D&T potentially. Uh, Lands notably struggles to some extent at least against these spell combo decks, specifically of the turn one variety. Creature, not quite what I was asking for. Close though. All right. For what it's worth, Unbanned Mental Misstep, I do think Lands is one of the more interesting decks I would consider playing. Obviously, I would never probably buy a Tabernacle, but online that's not as big an issue. Or I think it's like pretty different enough from Elves, but has pretty, excuse me, intricate play that I would be interested. I don't really like playing decks that kind of play themselves. What I mean by that is like I don't want to play. I don't want. I would not want to play Burn, for instance, where the deck kind of plays itself, right? Hmm. I think we fire it off and see what happens. Almost. All right. I'm gonna try to get one more attempt before to get a cradle. That helps. We play the Reclaimer here, and we have a few live draws for the Collector Oof, which we just nailed. Notably, quite well. Actually, not quite. I was gonna say you can play the symbiote and still have. Ooh, that helps a lot. So now we kind of just play out a lot of our stuff, right? This is why the Collector Oof is in the deck. I get this question all the time. This is why. It's like pretty reasonable to steal game one when you otherwise would probably lose. Alright. We played to our outs here and got rewarded. If our opponent can combo through Collector Oof, more power to them. I would say actually, Unbad Mental Misstep, Post and Elves probably plays more similarly than Lands and Elves. Because you have the same Sylvan Syndicate core, right? You have the Once Upon a Times, you have Reclaimer, you have Green Sun, and you have a Broken Land that makes 1,000,000 mana. So a lot of the play patterns, at least with this version of the deck, I think are kind of similar. The Nettle version plays out a little bit differently, where you kind of like want to tap out, so to speak. The Reclaimer version plays a little bit more patient, similar to Ant. And I think that has some similarities with the way Post plays, where you play a little bit more reactive with Reclaimer, the way Post plays with Reclaimer. But yeah, I definitely agree that a little bit of a well, let me see. We probably could have dug one deeper if we sequence correctly, untap the Arbor, play the Shepherd untapped. That digs you one deep. Okay, so we have the kill here. I can go over what I mean by that, but you can either if anybody's curious what the small misplay was, on the previous turn, if I had tapped the Arbor, I get one more draw before I have to commit to the Collector Oof. Is the long story short. All right. With that said, I now board in the abundance of combo hate that we have. No Gris. I think we board out the Glimpse of Natures. Even they were great here, but the game's gonna get even. I typically don't want to tap out, right? Like Reclaimer being a thing is highly relevant. It helps with play pattern. Submit. I think there is some merit. I really like the Force of Vigors for what that's worth. It's kind of a blowout card. There is some possibility maybe we trim one, or we trim the crop rotation for another crop rotate. Sorry, another like Mindbreak Trap type card, because crop rotation is good against Caracas, but I think if you're gonna make the metagame call that Force of Vigor is good, probably crop rotation is not, because unless you're playing against lands, the Force of Vigors are good against like some of these chalice decks, right? And that tends to be matchups where crop is not particularly great. But yeah, crop does represent like a charm spell almost, right? It's kind of like the green Enlightened Tutor, where you can get whatever you want, Caracas, Bog, whatever it may be, and you can use it offensively for, right? A guy's great, obviously. Yeah, it's gotta be C's. They probably take our C's. Yep. No shock there. The other thing is, I know Lands probably has this issue as well to an extent, and so do any of the crop rotation decks. You get to a point where between crop rotation, Reclaimer, Endurance, Once Upon a Time, all of these green tutors, right? Oops. I think we. Huh. I think we take the cradle. This way we can just like vomit our hand turn 2 while keeping the endurance up. Oh, okay. They probably take the shepherd here or the druid because they're just gonna probably go around the graveyard, and that leads to my point, right? You get into this weird situation where we have too much graveyard hate, and I think I'm almost guessing lands and posts to an extent has this problem too, because we all share the similar green shell, right? Yeah, they're just gonna play around the graveyard hate. So the benefits of the crop rotation are actually not as good as you would think. It's more so for the Mirror Age matchups. We'll just pass. There's some merit. Lands does now have we have a bunch of endurance made. Yeah, so I'm sure you can relate. Unbanned mental mist. We get into this situation where like it's like weird for us to play too much graveyard hate, right? Because all our cards are naturally good against the graveyard already. There is some merit there. Well, there's some merit there to playing the Allosaur Shepherd to play around discard, but I think in that case they probably take the endurance. Right? We want Reclaimer live. Yeah. It's like soft hate, right, against these like decks that use the graveyard but um not code to it, the hate, so to speak. It's something I have thought about for a while. Like, do I want the crop rotation in the sideboard because it's also a like kind of flex spell, so to speak, that represents 3 spells? A bog, a Caracas, and a Guy's Cradle, right? Obviously, the coolest interaction is killing a Arbor to kill a bridge, but that's like a whole different thing. Okay. Hmm. Having power makes kind of a tiny bit better. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I noticed. The Discord on or discourse, I should say, on Pyroblast. L is one of the few decks that don't play it, and I don't think we should, for the record. I know people are talking about Pyroblast, you know, being good against Delver, obviously, hitting Murktide Regent. Interesting. Yeah, for sure, for sure. That's why I attacked. There's the ad nauseum. 'Sure. I think they are in trouble, based on what I'm seeing. They revealed a few blanks. Yeah, from the elf perspective, because we have the graveyard hate, we just trying to get them low enough where the ad nauseum is bad, and I think this is a case where this is happening. Do you think Tony's take is the better build? I'm not, and even though I own the deck, I'm not enough of a specialist to weigh in on that, Sager. I would defer, if he's still here, to Mike, Eureka 22422, and again, like, I do not know. I'd have to, defer to my ant specialist. It's a deck I love to play, but I'm not like an expert or anything on it. Like, I own the deck on paper, notably, but again, not an expert or anything. Cyrus notably did, go undefeated at LGS when he visited one time, so that's kind of cool. They're probably dead, in my opinion. I think there it was a potential line there where I could have bashed for more. If I like floated the mana correctly with Cradle, but pseudo autopilot mode, right? Not that it mattered. He stopped at 2 anyways. But what was I gonna say? Actually, no. There was a line that I think if we had done it that way, maybe we don't have the bog, and we can't attack with with the arbor, so it's more or less the same. Oh my God, Jesus, they got there. Oh, I screwed up. I needed to hit their LED. Shoot, I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I screwed up. I like autopilot through that. Yeah, I caught it right away too. I just like blanked out for a second. I know about the interaction. Ugh, okay, that's on me. That is on me. Yeah, I caught it immediately, but it was too late, right? Like, I'm just like, F6ing or whatever you want to call it. Oh, okay, that feels bad. I think we have to keep. Not my day. Not my day. This is pretty neat though. So they played the LED. They had 5 mana at the end. If I hit the LED, they wouldn't have been able to LED. They would have had the extra 1 land, but then they're short 1, I believe. Yeah, because they lose 2, right? Like, they had 5, and then they had 1 floating at the end. That's not me. I think our opponent is thinking about whether to bounce end step or not, and save mana. Sure. Maybe a dress down here? What is going on? Sure. Six. Actually, hold on. Maybe I screwed that up. I could have. There's a possibility I could have netted mana with it. Okay, so we got out of that. I think if I were to redo this, I'd probably play the endurance, but then they might be tempted to play discard. But I think that's a case of we got lucky there. We should have not lost game 2, to be honest. I like. Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking about, Mike, where collective, because what that does is they are like out of remove already, and we have a fast clock. So I definitely think that's like reasonable, like given the board state, right? I did hesitate for a second on the oof, as you may have noticed the hesitation. Like there's a decent chance that as they end step on the chain of vapor, that's kind of a sign of weakness, right? That they're scared. That I endurance their main phase, uh, force them to go through the graveyard if they need to, but then I have an unsurmountable damage the next turn, and uh, I do think that there is an argument there for oof, given that we already took the line where we did not play the endurance. But I mean, we'll take it, I guess. We went 2-3. Honestly, these losses I don't feel too bad about. Like, this is the auto L in my opinion. It's the guaranteed loss of the stream always. Against Matt's, Matt's even pointed out that I think we took the right play, just didn't work out. The One of the secrets about elves is we want, at least this iteration, we actually want there to be combo decks, but we want those combo decks to be susceptible to Reclaimer and Endurance. So like the graveyard decks come to mind, or Doomsday, because of 2 reasons. One, we're gonna play those cards regardless, and two, uh, other decks having to spread out their sideboard cards instead of just creature removal is helpful. So I don't think we don't really want A plus B combo decks that are like immune to endurance, for instance. And then here the blue red matchup. This can happen, right? I probably had a small misplay that we learned from in game one. I'm not sure if we would have got there anyways, given their hand. And then game two, like, it's one of those situations where we have to keep kind of one of our weaker hands because I don't think we want to mull. And then we didn't, and they had a sweeper, right? Like, it happens. It is 9:40. Do we want to stream again? What do you think, chat? I'm not super tired. I don't mind, especially given the high audience right now, or the good showing that we have right now. I think we can at least play maybe a few more matches. We don't have to finish the league if anything else, and then we'll just run it back, I guess. I'm gonna get some water though, but I'll bring up the deck list again. I think the list is fine. Great question, Sadra. I think we prefer playing a sneak and show because our claimer is relevant, right? Like, the ideal metagame, I think, for elves is like 8 cast being good, either Reanimator or preferably Dredge being good. Obviously, Delver being good is a good thing, I think, overall. DNT, not great because DNT does incentivize some of the Rite of Flame decks because they have a hard time beating it. So I'm not like in love with DNT being good, but I think for the most part, for us at least, 8 cast being good is incredible for us, and so is, I would say, like Reanimator or Dredge. Like those are the decks that we want them to be good. I think we talked about it a little bit. The crop rotation is kind of interesting. I think what we'll do here is we'll drop momentarily, and then I think we'll register a list without it. It is notably can be really good, but oops, wrong one. What do we want to play instead? Maybe the second trap. Oops, too many. So something like this is like maybe reasonable. This is a card I kind of like too as another endurance, but again, it has some of the same problems, right? Like where you don't want too much graveyard hate. So I think we'll try this. Hey, how's it going? Also, Mike, I sent you a nice gift, by the way, on Discord. You might want to check it. I sent you the latest metagame update, and I also sent you the elf primer. Actually, thank you, Jay Z. I mentioned you earlier. You are the actually maybe he's the reason why I'm okay with trying one ley line just as a hoser, right? I broke that deck building wall that I had before. So Jay Z is Jonathan Zhang's reminder. Sorry, I want to give him a shout out for that. Also, in his honor, as always, please ban the Force of Negation in Modern. It is continuing its reign of terror, right? So here, this is like our sideboard. I cut the crop rotation for this coming league. Yeah, I would agree with that. I used to be of the mindset you can't play one ley line, and I have, got rid of that deck building roadblock, so to speak, right? I went from 0 ley line, which is okay, or 4, and then I was okay with 3, and then 2, and now just like any number is fine. All right, Motown 4. This is like a noted burn player. Our hand is notably slow here, so I'm gonna mulligan. I think here we probably actually toss back. Well, actually, the land maybe. Is burn good versus elves? It can be, especially this player plays like this more combo version with for this whatever Chandra's Incinerator, whatever it's called. Like they have like turn 1 Simian Spear Guy type plays. So what was I gonna mention? All right, kind of awkward. I think we once for land and pass. As crazy as this sounds now. Well, ask and you shall receive. We cycle Glimpse now. I wanted to wait a turn. Notably here, we actually value the Heritage Druid a lot, so I'm going to run out the Symbiote. The sequencing here matters because, yeah, we don't care. That's fine. If they're... What is going on here? No Eidolon? Oh, they're going face. Interesting. Might be the... Yeah, there goes the Incinerator. It's like a more combo version. Sure. Alright, now time to go bananas. The Bayou here is good for 2 reasons. No, ooh, this is awkward. Oh, that's like a perfect draw. Now we're popping off, yeah. I think ideally we just keep this glimpse chain going. Do we care? I think we save the whatever just in case the grist, in case it matters. Actually, we don't want to put those back. If you grist Incinerate, they can't win. Probably not, but I think we probably have the win anyways here, as long as we just don't die, right? We're gonna go to 8. That is like a little bit of a dangerous. Actually, they can't double fire blast us. That's fine. We're not gonna block. Sure. No fear here. I know it's not blue, Jay-Z, but I know you can appreciate a big hoof coming in. Trigger? Gotta remember the trigger. I have forgotten some Nettle Sentinel or Glimpse triggers in the past. It's a little bit embarrassing when I was like still new to the deck, so to speak. I think we want the Force of Vigor for the Eidolons, as annoying as that sounds. The Shriek Maw, really funny in this matchup actually, because yeah, the Shriek Maw kind of funny in this matchup because of the not triggering Eidolon, right? I don't think we want Bog. I don't think we want Collector Oof or even Endurance. Grist is like reasonable, and there is like some merit. Incinerator doesn't trigger Eidolon. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Do we care about Incinerator? Oh yeah, for Shriekmaw for sure, yeah. I think we just like do that, to be honest. I don't know, I don't play against Burn too often. Especially this version. Shriekmaw is actually one of the best discoveries we've probably ever had for this deck. That is like kind of innocuous. Like, I've had people ask me like, why in the heck are you playing Shriekmaw? And turns out it actually combos, quote unquote, with Glimpse of Nature, and can be found out once upon a time being pretty relevant. Probably keep because the Boseiju deals with the Eidolon. And then we can pop off maybe a turn 3-ish. I mentioned before, like this deck plays out very similarly to Ant. You kind of are patient, and then I think here we take the Symbiote probably. I would take the Vision, but it feels slow. The reason why Reclaimer is good. What in the world? Why am I playing Caracas? What is going on? It's not like we're gonna make a Merit Lage against them. Oh my god, there's some shenanigans going on. Don't want to hold Bug for Glimpse. No, the reason but why is we can bounce the Reclaimer if need be. What the heck is going on? Okay, a do nothing card for a couple turns. I think we want to pass here and just like set up for the kill the next turn. We technically don't have the kill yet. Let's do it this way. It is, but maybe not in this build. Alright, we whiffed, but that's okay. We have lethal potentially next turn. Just gotta hope they pass. It sees play in Goblins, like as a 1 or 2 of. It sees play in Moonstompy as like a 4 of, I think. As just a value card. I think Moonstompy is allowed to play this because that deck has awesome turn 1, 2, 3 plays anyways. So it can use the grind, right, so to speak. We're not gonna block. I don't think we care. Yeah, like the thing is like they have so many bombs in the first few turns. I can see if Fable actually makes sense, right? Or they okay, sure, I guess. Nope. We don't have lethal notably. I don't think we even boarded in the Progenitus. Like, no, we did not. Which is now a little bit awkward. Let's see if they attack. Probably. Not playing as a real deck though. At the moment. They have removal, I think that's fine. We awkwardly didn't bring in the Progenitus. I didn't think it should matter, but didn't think this was gonna be how it played out. What in the world? Deals 1, deals. Okay, so I guess. Well, what can you do? Interesting. I really don't understand what's going on here. Do we hold the Boseiju in case? Yeah, probably. Sure. Don't think it matters. They smell like a deck that can have KGC. Oh, Karn, Great Creator? Maybe. I think we want to be able to play the Cradle now, in case. It doesn't make any sense what's going on with their deck. Like, it's like no rhyme or rhythm. Definitely the awkward part is losing both. Sure. Awkward part is definitely losing both arbors. Oof, that is super awkward now. And then I think I'll pass. playing against this kind of deck just like ruins my day usually. Sure. So the vortex, interestingly enough, might actually give us the extra damage we need. I think we just bash here and just like deal a whole bunch, see what they do. I play 2, and Reclaimer, notably, fetching basics out here is like real good. Yeah, they lose their whole board here, right? Yeah, I mean they're not winning from here. Like I said, the vortex here probably good for us. Definitely do not expect any of the shenanigans they had, but again, natural order, the big, we don't care what your deck does. There's the water I left there. I know, right? Imagine if that was a Nettle Sentinel or a Queen Ranger there. I subscribe to Jonathan Zhang's philosophy, right? You just play the most fire cards you can. I kick swirls. Okay, so this person, noted salt artist from what I understand. Also, the username is quite offensive. I believe they're on Reanimator, but maybe they changed. So am I. I heard that this person is quite the salt artist too. Sure. I think against Reanimator, yeah, overall. You probably lose game 1 under most conditions. Sometimes you can steal game 1 if you're on the play with Reclaimer. If you're on the draw, you probably will lose game 1. If they, play presumably correct. Big ass, I know, but presumably. Oops, what is going on? I do think sideboard is very difficult for them to beat us. Not that it can't happen, it's just hard. Alright, I think we take the Reclaimer here, and then maybe, clench. We don't have a better play, so might as well. Yeah, we just hope to untap. They have a slower hand or something, right? Like they led with turn 1 Thoughtseize. Please, no Dark Ritual or Entomb into Reanimate. Oh, there's the Entomb. I could have. I have done it in the past, just not here, I guess. Probably. Alright, there's a Reanimate, I guess. Like I said, I do think this matchup is okay now. It's okay. We want Reanimator to be good, Jay-Z. I mentioned it before. We want Reanimator to be good because the more decks that have to dedicate graveyard hate, the better. Not in the main. We're probably dead here. We're gonna assume our opponent knows how to play with Gristlebrand. But I do think I would still pick us to win post-board games. So they probably take the, I don't know, natural order or something. There's no way they take glimpse here. There is a chance they take the visionary, but I doubt it. Like, our line is going to be to hold a reclaimer, right? So nothing else scary comes along? Good heuristic, by the way. Whatever with reclaimer, whatever land you played turn 1, you want to fetch the opposite on turn 2. So you played a basic, you want to get Bayou. You played Bayou turn 1, you want to get basic. I'll leave it up as an exercise for viewers to figure out why that's the case. Also, you want a main phase in case they have like removal for some random reason. The reasoning is because with this configuration, you can actually get any permutation you want, either double Bayou, double Forest, Bayou Cradle, or Forest Cradle. That's the reason. While actually growing a Reclaimer too, and playing around what is the word I'm looking for? All right. There's a few options, I guess. I'm trying to set up for a possible kill the next turn. Alright, we'll pass again. Sure. The hard part is Canister has popularized moving all the Chancellors to the sideboard, so it is harder for Reanimator players to screw up now. Yeah, we are. We are definitely dead to Entomb Exhume. We have the Bog, but then presumably they're gonna have something relevant here. Alright. We have no choice but to Bog here, and just like pray that they have nothing else. Low chance, Jonathan. More of a chance game 2 when we have Caracas. But Caracas is kind of a bad draw in this main deck because it's not a creature. We're dead here to anything, or namely Archon of Cruelty. Gotta make him play it out. Might be another Entomb here. Could be a... How many Entombs did they have already? 2. Interesting fetch, by the way. I feel like I would have not fetched there. Maybe they know it's over. Oh, they're playing Tin Fins. Jesus. Alright. Yeah, so you can go to 1 is the reason, I guess. I think now we're dead. Like they're playing the old Eric Landon kill, which is just like Reanimator with the small tendrils of agony. Well, it's not Tim Fit. It's the Eric Landon old school build where you play the one tendrils of agony and one Children of Corliss package. If they pass, we have a chance. I just don't think they're gonna pass here, right? Alright, now we're good. Alright, let's see if my theory is correct, where we can still be Reanimator despite our sideboard being kind of diluted now, right? Like, Mindbreak Trap, not where I really want to be in this matchup, but we still boarded in. I think that we boarded the Force of Vigors as well to hit the Animate Deads. It's just like random stuff to see if it matters, right? And then no Collected Oof, no Glimpse of Nature, too slow. And then cut all of this stuff. Yep, that looks good. Submit. Very awkward because the bog is in our hand. Otherwise, I'd probably keep. I think I'm mole here. This is like reasonable, I guess. Keep. Put this on the bottom. Done. It's gonna be awkward if they have Chancellor opener here. Yikes. Once upon a time failing us. That is awkward. Hopefully what happens here is they go for the turn one and then we blow them out, right? And then buy ourselves some time. Very awkward to miss here. That is like pretty... Okay, thank you. I think there's no universe where we don't do this. Show and tell. Interesting. I think we take the show and tell because we can't beat it for a while. Because if they draw a petal, we lose. So, well, actually, the emissary. Do we care about the show and tell actually? Okay, if they go show and tell and then they have like a discard spell later on, it's probably problematic. We probably don't beat the emissary in time, so yeah, I think we can take the show and tell. That's fine. I'm trying to think if we can beat the emissary in time is the real reason. I don't want to like lose to discard randomly. a land here off the top or a reclaimer off the top is huge. And that's pretty good too. I'm gonna do it now. We're gonna play around discard. It's not lethal. I'm gonna wait a turn. There's there's merit to be made, an argument to be made that we hold the green sun because if they show and tell in the emissary, then we have the answer, right? But I feel like we can beat emissary if it gets to that kind of game. Grave Titan, sure. Gravy Train. We do it now, that's fine. I think we have the potentially the game here. Sure. All right, game 3. This is probably the hardest game. We'll run it back. We're gonna run it back like the Clippers, Jonathan. Maybe there's an argument to be made. I feel like we keep this hand, even though it's not like great. Thoughtseize. The Bog was like is good potentially against the Faithless Looting. I think they're on the mono discard plan. Might be into endurance. Sorry, not endurance. Might be a slower Entomb hand, but we'll see. I don't think we can afford. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Hey, Jonathan. All right, no problem. Take care. It looks like we're gonna die here, but. Jesus. All right. Maybe we need to look at this matchup again. Like, discard into combo is kind of annoying. Like they have 2 discard spells. I'm not sure much we could do about that, to be honest. It's like a numbers game. Notably, I'm not sure anything could have been done about that. Like 2 discard spells means that the first one can even take our discard, and then the second one can take the endurance. If we had that kind of hand. There is merit in the one ley line though, which is like kind of funny against this kind of hand, right? I think we do that. The problem is they also know we tend to not run Layla anymore, so it's like one less thing for them to play around. Possibly Sager, yeah. I don't know if we just chalk it up to getting high roll, right? Like double discard into combo turn 2. It's possible. I think our keep was reasonable too. Like it didn't have 2 layers of protection, but I'm not sure. Like 2 layers of protection doesn't beat that hand anyways, for what it's worth. It did not have 2 layers of protection, but it doesn't beat that hand regardless. We are probably dead. I think this version is actually easier if you're like an inexperienced reanimator player, because what that means is you have a clearly defined game plan, and I think that makes it easier if you don't know how to play the deck. I've seen like the old builds where like they stumble around with Crystal Brand and suddenly lose the game, right? I actually also think that that's what makes the Nettle version easier to play. That's understated. The game plan is a little bit more linear, so it tends to be, I guess, easier is probably the right way. What do I want to do here? I don't think the hoof does anything. I guess it's gonna sack. Yeah, we're dead now. I'm gonna concede. There's no out. It's a literal 0 outer right now. I guess the outer is like, or the out would have been our opponent like drops for some reason. I don't know. Notably, the traps there were kind of bad. Also, I think if we want more, well, yeah, I think the corruption is like kind of interesting slot. Unban DRS. I mean, I wish, but that's never happening. So I think I like the main deck a lot at the moment. You don't have the risk of drawing the Progenitus. Um, yeah, I think I like the main deck a lot. I mean, we care, right? Like, to be fair, the DRS can't beat Reanimator just by itself, right? You have to be on the play, and they don't have the turn 1, right? And that assumes you know that I'm Reanimator too, which is the thing. Also, to be fair, Reclaimer is quite good. Too bad it can't do it multiple times. A card that I have liked in some mild what is the word I'm looking for? Doses, I guess, is Turn the Earth. It's like low key underrated, I think. As like a 5th endurance. I think we keep. It's not. I don't love it, but it's got at least a second land drop. We're gonna leave with a Shepherd and just like try to ramp out. Yeah, so I let I let Curran borrow my Force of Vigors, and then yeah, so I gotta try for the challenge this past weekend. So I gotta try the Turn of the Earth, and they were actually quite. I played one copy because I think that's all you need, because it gets a little redundant, right? But I do think it is like decent. I think here I'm just gonna like play the Birchler, see what happens. Into the Visionary and see what happens. Feels like we're playing as a combo deck. I just don't know what yet. Like turn 1 do nothing, turn 2 Brainstorm smells like Doomsday potentially. Could be Amp. Although the username feels like a test player. White, that's definitely not Ant. Or TES. It could be Esper Doomsday. Want to end the game here. Draw a Cradle, please. That's not what I'm looking for, unfortunately. I could have got Oof. It feels like playing a little scared. Actually, Oof might have been the correct play there. Because it means we can't just die, right? Like to LED lines. If they have like a Straight Reef in hand. So in hindsight, I think that might have been the better line. It kind of pseudo guarantees we have another turn. Mentor, interesting. I don't know what's. Oh, I think they're on the it might be a slow hand, right? Like if that's the case, we're not even gonna do anything. it's like easy mode. Mentor, presumably they're on some kind of weird fair deck, but they didn't really do anything, which is like strange, right? I think we want the Prague. I think feels like a Thoughtseize matchup. Probably no Endurance, no Bog. Excuse me. So our first league, we lost to Tony, which is fine. We lost to Mats. I think that matchup is probably not great, and potentially more consideration for discard, right? Like these A plus B combo decks, I think you want discard. Also, kind of hard, I think. Like we took out the paradigm shifts and then got a little, well, I wouldn't say punished, but I think it was probably the correct play in case it hit the Oracle. Never developed any pressure though. And then we lost to Delver. I think that matchup is kind of an anomaly. That was my first loss since going to Shriekmouth for whatever it's worth against Delver. And I was like previously 5-0 or something. The Progenitus always finds a way. I feel like this is a mole. Yeah, this is better. The second glimpse is what makes it a mole. Like, if your opponent has any kind of removal, the hand's like quite bad actually. Presumably here, our opponent is going to kill the Birchlore. And if they don't, we have the interesting plays. I'm gonna protect the Shepherd here. And try to combo. Like I could glimpse if they had tapped out, but the problem is that they didn't. Pass here. Like who knows if they had like Ice Fang or something weird. Sure. So here, notably, we're gonna set up for a glimpse turn. Don't want to get engineer up here, please. It's not the time for us to be able to beat around engineer. Priest into engineer is kind of annoying. Engineer with agent is kind of annoying too for us. Engineer by itself, probably okay. Not on this board, but in general. This is actually why I think Shepherd's a little bit overrated. Because it doesn't play around hate very well. I'm playing 4 copies, obviously, because it's kind of like a sideboard card against these Chalice players, but pretty vulnerable card, right? To -1/-1 effects or end the festivities type effects. Blazing Volley. Swords, sure. It's gonna take a Wirewood. Never mind, they misplayed. That might have just lost them a game on the spot. If they want to force here, they can. I don't think we care. Doesn't play around. Hey, which elf does? Elvish Reclaimer does. Elvish Reclaimer does. Water would not, although not an elf, technically in the deck still does as well. Alright, can't even green sun here. So I'll pass, I guess. We drew 3 cards, I believe, right? Completely whiffed though on the glimpse. Our draws have been quite awful. Fairy, sure. Do we want a glimpse here? I feel like we do. Actually, I screwed up. I didn't need to. I kept thinking this was a removal, but I didn't need to do that. That was bad. Can we just draw? Jesus. Misplayed there, but hopefully, like, we need another land like yesterday. We should have been. Yeah, I screwed up. I should not have bounced the Birch Lore. Okay, it didn't matter, I guess. Jesus. Cannot hit a land. Another Plague Engineer. It's like Plague Engineer dot deck here. Shepherds look pretty bad right now. Sure. Engineer is fine. The problem is the priest at the moment. They probably have force already, so I think we'll probably have to try to win this in game 3. Our opponent is 1 and 2 as well. The pain I feel when I look at my opponent and they're like aren't doing too hot. Sure. You probably take the green sun. Shoot, 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 shoot. That is not the right play. People do not know how to play around this card. It's just like kind of mind-boggling. So our line now is we want to top deck a Thoughtseize, take the force out of their hand, force natural order through, and we might steal this game. I mean, regardless of whether we draw the Thoughtseize or not, I think we have no choice but to natural order next turn. All right, they're digging for the. They know they're a little bit in danger. They've got to have force by now. The question is, can we draw the Thoughtseize on our top deck right now to force the natural order through? Right. If we top deck that Seas here, I think we probably have a chance. We still get into this racing situation with them, but what can you do? All right, moment of truth here. Do they snap kill the Arbor here? Maybe. So we could have done it on our turn, main phase, and then just slam down the Progenitus. But then they can just go wide, right? And then we block the 1, take 5. We probably still lose. I think we had a lot of chances to win that game. We just did not draw that land for the longest time. The third land. I think we just run it back. I feel actually good about this matchup. We just ran kind of cold there. Which happens. Ugh. This is kind of bad. It's like a mole. Well, it's like a pseudo mole, right? Like, I think we keep. It's like playable. I think we fetch here to thin. There is also a line which is like slamming natural orders, right? Like just like curved natural orders. The reclaimer. Swords. Yeah. That is a great draw. That is a great draw. Also a great draw. We really wanted Visionary or a 1-drop there, so we don't waste mana. That's an irrelevant card, I think. Then we want... I don't think we walk the Shepherd into, well, maybe we do. We can't play around Engineer anyway, so maybe that's okay. Like, it forces removal at least. Sure. Now we just gotta hope, right? Like... Alright, I don't think we can lose from here. We get the Progenitus, and that should be game. Might kill the Reclaimer, but the reason why I pitched the Arbor is because I wanted the Reclaimers to grow, to play around like possible Edict effects or whatever later down the road. If we don't draw a relevant card here, we're gonna rotate the land for Arbor, and then actually both the Arbors are gone. Nice. All right, that's just game. Again, one engineer, not really enough to beat elves usually. It's got to be engineer plus something else. Yep. Easy win. Notably, yeah, engineer's quite good there, right? Like, the reclaimer was able to get. Well, I think we might have just drawn it naturally. I don't remember, but reclaimer can play through hate pretty well, being a 3/4. Since that topic was brought up, the sleeping eye. Basic. Once. Probably into Shepherd, but we'll see. Birchlore, sure. Since they know about the Birchlore, we don't know. Oh, no, God. I hate this bug. I'm gonna have to restart the client. Yeah, I hate this bug. Just pass the turn. I think the next. Oh my God, we're getting oopsed. Jesus, this kind of deck. Alright, that's. I'm glad I had the mind break traps at least. Dread return. Thassa's alright. Okay, we're just dead. The Force of Vigor is to deal with the incoming Leyline of Sanctity. This is one of the harder matchups for us. It's difficult because they play Leyline of Sanctity. So everything that we typically have does not work. Keep. They might just mold the Leyline of Sanctity. I don't know. They tend to do that. 104. Alright, we have Reclaimer up. That's like really good. Now we just pass. Alright, do we want to... How much do we want to play out our stuff here? We can't tap out because we just die, right? Like, I don't want to leave Reclaimer shields down while we have this, like, pseudo lock for them. That should be lethal. Alright. Step 1 accomplished. This next game is going to be difficult, I think. We just have to hope we have the Mindbrew Trap in hand, right? Because I don't think they're going to play around it. It's our counterplay to their leyline, multi-leyline set of Sanctity lines. It's decks like this and that stress our sideboard, right? I would prefer not to play the Mindbreak Trap, but unfortunately the graveyard hate that we have is not good enough here. They mulligan, so we... I don't think we can realistically pass that up. They more 4 now. What is going on? They really are mulling to Leyline Sanctity, I guess. Sure. We have 2 layers of hate, so that's good. That is very good. We have 2 pitches in case they like have a pack of negation or something like that. That actually is a decent draw here because it gives the other endurance a second pitch. I think we might have got them. And this is, yeah, nice. All right. This is like a very difficult matchup, like I said, too. But their plan just backfired, I guess, on them. All right, I guess we can finish it up. One more. One more. We've been at for a while. Maybe we get the 4-1 here with this updated list. We lost a reanimator, but we also like got high rolled by them in game 3. All right, one more. We are waiting, queuing up here. Like I said, I don't think I mind what happened in the first league. Here we just got high rolled, so I think overall I'm like okay with the list. The crop rotation I wasn't too happy about because like the over redundancy on graveyard cards. I think it being a mind break trap might be better. It really depends, right? Like, I would probably never play mind break trap on paper, but Moto meta is different. All right, somehow we always keep playing against Mitchell for our last game of our league. He notably likes to back to basics players, so definitely want to fetch basic there. Delta is interesting. That tells me. Sure. I think we just play Visionary here. It'd be nice to end the stream here off with a 4-1, but we'll see. Mitchell's quite good, so shuffled. I think we force it through, and if he wants to plow, I think we're okay with that. Notably, we don't care about the 1 damage. I think we're just gonna run everything out, to be honest. There's really no need not to. We're not gonna play around a 3-drop sweeper. Yeah, okay. That's easy mode. We weren't playing around removal anyways, and even they did, we can just start to recur the Visionary. So that was why I played it the way I did. So we gotta just win one of these last 2 to finish off on a high note. It's like debatable whether to bring in Thoughtseize or not, because I know he likes to play back to basics. Endurance might just be safer. That's bad. This is bad. This is bad. It's like what we want to play around, right? I feel like he tends to run Stoneforge Mystic as well. Maybe the Thoughtseize is just better, and we just if it comes down to it, maybe we just walk into back to basics, so to speak. Yeah, let's go with this. Probably not. Yeah, it's already a mulligan. Okay, that's even worse. But I think I keep. All right. They didn't do anything here. I think we'll just Thoughtseize turn one and see what they have. Notably, trying to hide something from us. We can sequence in a way that can play around certain things. We'll see. Days? Alright, I didn't expect that. Maybe they waste us here. I don't know. Nope, never mind. I thought they were on a control deck, but this is like quite different now. I think here we will run out the Shepherd, and I think we will run out the Reclaimer. Very interesting. No. See if he taps out for Stoneforge Mystic then. If he's playing Days. Could be the Whale too. That'll be annoying. Sure. Now we just need creature, right? Like, that's not what I was had in mind. I have played the Channel of Sunday with this build for the first time, and it was really bad. Play 4x against combo and MTGO, not very elves friendly. Yeah, that can be the case sometimes. Here we can't beat the Whale anymore, so oh my god, come on. I think we have to fire it off before the Whale starts to get advantage. Why? Why? We have to adjust how we board in this next game. So Classic, for what it's worth, Yerg did top 8 the Sunday challenge with our build. And not only that, Curran Testacular also top 8 the Saturday challenge, and Inigo top 8 last Sunday's challenge. So I don't think it's that bad. Like, if you run into a lot of combo, obviously it can hurt, but you probably hit the Arbor, I don't know. Yeah, so I do think it's not that bad for whatever that's worth. Why is he playing the whale? I still have nightmares with that. Offering this to Daze if he wants to. Yeah, the deck is incredibly hard. That's accurate. The whale is slowly taking over the game. So we completely misboarded? Well, sort of, right? Like, let me look how this game one transpired here. We play Reclaimer, he swords it. We played, oh, okay. We played a Visionary, I think, turn 2. Yeah. I think here we just take the upfront. Here we take the Jitte, notably. Otherwise we just die, right? And probably just pass turn. Yeah, oh, classic. This is not easy to play. A lot of the lines are not very intuitive at all. And they go against what you normally think when you think of elves. Sure. Hey, Resto Kiki. How's it going? So, endurance would have helped, for sure. We still have at least the over-the-top kill of Natural Order here. I'd probably hold it in hand. I can't imagine we want to play it out here. So we're at 9 now, 8 I guess, virtually. Forcing their hand now. Yeah, I did. That's correct. Hmm. I think we play it here and force. Notably, another natural order wins as a game from this spot, so not the end of the world. Also, we have the Boseiju as backup, but we are running a little bit out of time, I guess. Where do they pitch? Force pitching force, sure. The strand doesn't matter too much at this point. We just need to find another natural order before it matters, right? Oh, okay. Alright, now we are dead. This is kind of an awkward matchup. Yeah, for sure. I don't know how to. It's like tough, right? Like we don't prepare to play against these kind of decks. I think we want the seizes out based on what we saw, and then we just try for the endurances. They do have wasteland, and days. I don't know how hard they are going on that though. The collective seems good again. In the bog as well. I don't know if we actually want the natural order package. Seems a little bit weak. We did eventually develop our mana for whatever that's worth, though. I feel like because of Cauldra, we probably want a way to go over the top. I can see cutting that, and maybe just like, who cares about their, well, they could have the whale, but it's just very difficult for us to play around the whale. Yeah, I don't think we care about the whale. I think we just like ignore it. The thing is like, without because they don't have bolt, and I think because of Stoneforge Mystic being inherently kind of slow, I think we probably do get a chance to eventually cast the natural order, like we did that game, right? It just got forced, but That's good. I can live with a Delver. Even better. I think we play around in the festivities here. Well, actually, hold on. If they have a removal spell, we can't. If they have a removal spell, we can't kill with natural order next turn. So. Thank you. I appreciate that turn 1 DRS. We're not going to block if they attack. They may or may not attack. I don't know. I think we have lethal here. Yeah. Alright. We got the 4-1. And I think we probably boarded correctly, right? It's a little awkward because they have Wasteland, but I think we get a chance to cast Natural Order, right? Alright, our only loss was to the Reanimator player who high-rolled us, but I think the list felt pretty good overall. Good to beat Delver in the last matchup. The traps didn't draw them, but would have helped against the Oops player. To be honest, we were lucky to beat the Oops player. But yeah, if you like my content, also here my socials, and I think right now, actually I've tweeted this out earlier, but I think right now if you want to subscribe to my Patreon, I would highly recommend it because the most important or at least most relevant article I've ever written is now out, and here it is. Like, I go over sequencing, and I think that's like where 95, 90-ish% of players lose games, right? Like sequencing wrong on turns 0, 1, 2, and 3. Sorry, 0, 1, and 2 specifically. So if you are interested in learning this deck, or if you want to learn how to beat this deck, then I would highly recommend checking that primer out. And also once you subscribe, you have access to all the other old articles I've written. But I think right now that is a pretty big incentive to subscribe. Did anybody have any questions? Who is streaming right now? I'm gonna raid somebody pretty quickly. Okay, I guess if there's no raid, no questions. We went 2-3 in the first league to 4-1, and I think the losses I'm okay with personally. And then I guess we can raid PT Bench then, or Bruce by the Magic. I think Crop is fine, but it's like better against Merit Lage decks. In leagues specifically, there's just so much combo that, and especially since we have a little bit too much graveyard hate, and there's like not as much Merit Lage in leagues. I wanted to try out another like turn 0 card in the traps, and I think even though we didn't get draw it against Oops, I think it was warranted, right? Like this card just beats a lot of these decks that we're weak against. So there's that. I'll go ahead and now raid. Looks like Bruce by the Magic. Actually, I don't know the full name, so that kind of hurts. I'll raid PT Bench. No, I don't like it against Delver because you don't want to keep mana up. You want to spend every mana every turn. Or Classic. Against Delver, I like to board out the natural order package, so 1, 2, 3, 4 cards plus collective 5, and board in the endurances plus the removal. Crop rotations can be good against Delver, but it's like very situationally good. It is not so good in the beginning of the game because you don't want to just be down a land. Especially getting a counter is just awful, right? So I will go ahead now and raid, I guess. Yeah, I will go ahead and raid PT Bench if there's no other questions. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Also, shout out to Jarvis and everybody for the raids earlier. Jarvis, Straz Daddy, and Demonic Tutors. Thank you for hanging out. And hopefully this was educational.